morning. The July 11th, 2024 special meeting of the Marion County School Board is called to order at 7:31 a.m. Good morning, Board Clerk. Please call the roll.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Dr. Allison Campbell, District 1.
Here.
Mrs. Lori Conrad, District 2.
Here.
Mr. Eric Cummings, District 3. Mrs. Nancy Thrower, District 4.
Here.
Dr. Sarah James, District 5.
Here.
Dr. Diane Gullett, Superintendent.
Here.
Mr. Jeremy Powers, School Board Attorney.
Thank you. And would you please also provide the proof of publication?
The notice for the July 11, 2024 special school board meeting ran in the Ocala Gazette on June 28, 2024. The proof of publication has been attached in board docs under proof of publication.
Thank you. I will now call the meeting into recess at 7:31 a.m. to clear the auditorium and then proceed with off-air requests for families to address the board regarding expulsion matters. We are now going into recess. Thank you.
We're going live.
This special meeting of the Marion County School Board is reconvened at 8:42 a.m., and I will now call the meeting into recess at 8:42 a.m. so district staff can prepare the room and hold the board's scheduled 9 a.m. administrative briefing and work session. So we will now go into recess once again. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I now call the July 11th, 2024 administrative briefing and work session of the Marion County School Board to order at 9:01 a.m. Please silence your electronic devices to avoid disturbing others. I'll now read our board commitment statement. We are the Marion County School District leadership team. When we come together to work, we are efficient, effective, and productive. Our three most important characteristics are dedicated, transparent, and individually responsible. To work well together, we must demonstrate respect, confront reality, and be accountable. We will always put students first, and we will leave a legacy of success. Mirroring and modeling how our students begin each day, I ask that you please pause with us for a moment of silence. Thank you. I'll now ask our school board attorney to explain the rules for this public work session. Good morning, Attorney Powers.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. This work session is a public meeting as defined in Florida's Sunshine Law. The board is dedicated to full transparency in its meetings and its work. In compliance with Sunshine Law, the board has adopted uniform meeting procedures, including the right for citizens to participate. The board will allow public comment regarding any work session item listed on today's agenda at the appropriate time. Speakers must fill out a request form located in the lobby and hand it to the board clerk. After the board and superintendent have completed their discussion on a particular agenda item, the board clerk will call the speaker's name in the order received. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. As required by the Sunshine Law, the board must maintain orderly conduct and proper decorum throughout the meeting. Speakers may criticize subject matter and make end decisions in a respectful manner, but not people. Finally, speakers must be very careful not to violate the privacy rights of others, especially students and their family members, by mentioning their names or other identifying information. Thank you for your attention to these important rules.
Thank you, Attorney Powers. Ms. Martinez, good morning. Would you please provide the proof of publication for today's meeting?
The notice for the July 11, 2024 work session was published in the Ocala Gazette on June 28, 2024. Proof of publication has been attached to board docs under proof of publication.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. And we'll now begin the work session with the superintendent's administrative briefing. Did you also want to share the changes in the order, Dr. Gullet? Okay.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Nice to see you again this morning. Yes, I just wanted to, for my briefing, review that we would requested that the legislative priorities are first. Mr. Carlisle is present to help guide that conversation with the board. I know it's a board item, but he's here to help guide that conversation as well. And then removal of the item of request by the county commission, which was previously 6.1, the request for radio service payment. That item has been pulled from today per their request and will be tentatively scheduled for a later date when we hear back from them.
And then also the sale of the school board property.
I think that's
Is that
Attorney
been
Powers'
removed as
item.
well? Okay. All right. And that is item 7.1. So, all right.
So can we proceed? Okay, perfect, thank you. So I'll have Mr. Carlisle come forward, and you should have received a document from Mr. Carlisle board with regard to the discussion that you had last week pertaining to some of the legislative items and some input from the operations team, and Mr. Carlisle has provided that to you and is here today to answer some questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Board Chair Thrower, school board members, and Superintendent Dr. Gullet. First, I want to thank you all for moving this item up in the agenda. I greatly appreciate that. At your June 20th work session, you began your discussion on your legislative priorities for the 2025 legislative session. Following that work session, your questions and requests for additional information were brought back to the team. Our team worked to provide clarifying information and answer those questions. We also provided recommendations on behalf of the staff. I hope that document that I shared this week was helpful to guide your discussion this morning. Look forward to assisting with your continued discussion this morning, and I am available to answer any additional questions, provide any additional clarifying information.
Thank you, Mr. Carlisle. Board Member Campbell, as our legislative liaison, do you want to start taking this forward?
Sure thing, Chair. I'll be happy to. So board, if we can just use the document that Mr. Carlisle provided for us, hopefully you all have that in your email, as our guide today. I think we can talk through each one of these. I've had the time to take a look at them and even shared some comments yesterday in my briefing with Dr. Gullett. So, board, I'm happy to entertain what your interests are as far as some of these go, but let's start with attendance, because that's the first one. And honestly, I believe that can still be our first priority. We've had it on our priority list for a long time. I appreciate the recommendation that is specific to say adding calendar year as the time period, as opposed to the 90 days. I think if it's 10 unexcused absences in a calendar year, that will be a specific recommendation we make. Agreed?
I'd just like to say one thing real quick, and that is supported by our truancy court judge. He seemed mystified about the reset. Go ahead, Board Member James.
I think one, and I could be wrong, but I think one clarifying piece is missing. When I think calendar year, I think January to December. So I only ask, and I think I said it before, a rolling 12-month, and maybe that language isn't perfect, but I don't want to then get this done and still be missing out on the piece, because really, January to December would seemingly do the same thing that start of school to end of school does. So I think what we're trying to accomplish is a rolling 12-month, and so if there's a way that that language can be included, or 365 days in the last 365 days maybe, I don't want to miss what we're trying to accomplish.
Understood.
Agreed. And so what my question would be is our intention to say, I appreciate calendar year, but is our intention to be January through December, or is our intention to be in a school year? In a school calendar year? Because if you have 10 unexcused absences in that 180-day calendar school year, is that our intent? And I would believe that probably is, more so than saying you missed 10 days in May and then your first 10 days in the next, in September.
I think you're still missing the component that if I get 5 absences in May, I want to tack on the 5 in August and make my 10, which is why I think it needs to be 365 days or rolling 12 months so that we are not getting a hard, fresh start in August.
That's what we're trying to avoid.
Because tendencies can start whenever, for whatever reason, for a plethora of things going on in home life or otherwise. But we are trying to be able to address it when it occurs and not get a fresh start every August or every whatever. So I would say that is not going to do what we're trying to accomplish. I think we want it to just be rolling, and maybe it's a rolling 365 days. I don't know.
Statute currently allows for there to be either 5 days within a 30-day period, or 10 days within any 60-day period,
90 days,
or 15 days within any 90-day period. So that's currently what statute allows. By making it so that it would be 10 over the course of an entire whether calendar year or school year, however you want to set it, and I would submit that the calendar year is not as good of a measure as the school year, that you are going to increase or decrease the number of absences total throughout the year required to a period where a student, if they had 5 in August and then 5 at the very last month of school, they would be considered a truant student. And that actually takes it down by a full 2/3 of the number of absences required, because otherwise 15 within a 90-day period would be 30 within a 180-day period. So you would now be talking about trying to get it to 10 days within a 180-day period. And that would also include, even if a student is absent for 2 days per month throughout school, then that results in a substantial increase in the number of potential truancy cases. So statewide, the statistics are going to look very different. They're going to look like there is a performance loss instead of performance gain when these go in for schools that enforce truancy.
I don't think I ever heard this board say we wanted to get rid of the 15 days, though. Am I wrong in hearing that?
So statute quote for me the statute, like, tell me exactly where it is, where it actually mentions 15 days and 90, because the statute that I read says 10 days in a 90-day period.
That's what I've always gone.
So statute actually is 10 days in a 90-day period. And so where you have the afforded opportunity to have up to 40 unexcused, and again, these are all unexcused for the public. We're only talking unexcused absences. But 10 unexcused absences in a 90-day period is the way it currently reads. I don't even believe it says 90 calendar days, because that it's not, statute just isn't fully clear. But it does give the opportunity for, before truancy even comes into factor at all, I believe that what this board's intention has been through the years, I'm not going to speak today, we're going to speak for ourselves, but has been the intention that we strengthen that language significantly, that folks start getting scared, that if they get 8 or 9 absences, then guess what? Truancy is going to start at least having the conversation. The concern I have about a calendar year is, say you miss the last 9 days of school, and then you start back and you miss a day in September, or you miss a day in October, and all of a sudden, you're in truancy court, because that's 10 days in a calendar year.
Wait, that's not the next step. The next step is a child study team meeting, and then the next
Right.
step. So like, the process would be triggered to start, but to get to truancy court is a whole uphill battle after the 10-day trigger. So I don't think that it's a bad thing that in the instance you just said, where you get your 9th and 10th day in September and that triggers the CAS to start, is a bad thing, because we have trends of absenteeism from the previous school year, which is why I really want to stick with I think that a rolling 12-month or a 365 has value, because I think we're going to miss components on either of the other options.
Absolutely, and that has been the sticking point, as I've witnessed. And again, it's important for the community to understand that these are unexcused absences. Parents can write what's called a mommy note, and that was news to me. In elementary school, I think there's like 7 of them, where mom just writes a note, you know. And here's the thing. We all know that if a student is not reading on grade level by 3rd grade, their outcomes are in jeopardy. So we have to start this habit of the job that students and families have of their kids coming to school very regularly. We all know that things can happen, major illnesses. That's not what we're talking about here. And I would invite anyone, if it's, I guess it would be public, if you wanted to attend truancy court. We do them monthly now on Fridays at 10 o'clock. It is a tremendous eye-opener. And from a fiscal standpoint, we are wasting so much taxpayer money on this issue of following up, you know, all of these CST meetings, you know, getting even to the point where we can have some teeth. So that's what I'm about. You know, I'm a very compassionate person, but school is school. It's compulsory education. It's called that for a reason. So I am in favor of any language that makes it clear that if we detect a pattern of unexcused absenteeism, that it is not allowed to continue. So whatever that language says, I support.
So I did pull statute here. It does say 90 calendar day period is how it reads. So with that factor, the recommendation would be to change that to within a 365-day period.
Yes, because then it's March 1st to April 30th, and it just continues. I know from working, and I know a lot of us have sat with our attendance response committees, that would make their life, there would be so many less barriers if they didn't have to just hard stop at certain points, and they could just look at the attendance, how many absences from 1 year ago to now. That would just completely change the scope of the work they're doing and would get us to be able to start having conversations with families that's backed by legislation a lot quicker.
Right, right.
Okay, terrific. I think we have consensus on that change.
365 days. Okay,
Perfect.
great.
So striking 90 calendar day period, changing that to 365 day period.
Yes.
Perfect. That will be priority 1. Mr. Christian and Mr. Carlisle, as y'all are taking notes, because I know Mr. Christian provides our little things for us. And
Those
okay.
fast facts.
Fast facts, terrific. Okay. Next item is teacher pay. So recommended language that we discussed a bit was elevate average teacher pay to be among the national average. What I believe we should do is to get a little bit more specific in how we want to say that. We do have some statistics here that the team brought forth. The national average teacher salary is $69,554. The Florida average teacher salary is $53,098, which is 50th in the nation. It also is a point of note that the national average starting teacher salary is $44,530, and the Florida average starting teacher salary is $47,178, and that is 16th in the nation. So we have something to be proud of in that area. I think what our intention would be is the average teacher salary to be increased, and how we want to word that, I am open to suggestions, other than just elevate average teacher pay to be among the national average.
It's also interesting, too, the last bullet, that the Florida minimum living wage currently, according to the Economic Policy Institute, and this is the income needed for a family of one adult and one child to have a modest but adequate standard of living in the most affordable metro area. That Florida minimum living wage is now $58,970. So
Absolutely.
that gave me pause.
So I just have two questions, comments. Average is a really tricky word, and so what saying the Florida average teacher salary is not representative of how many teachers are in their first 5 years or their first 10 years. And so we may be lower in average because other states have more tenured teachers working in the field of education and are thus getting paid more. So I just don't want to put a lot of stake in our Florida average teacher salary because it's not necessarily reflective of where we are, because being 16th in the nation for starting teacher pay, I think, is more reflective of where we're starting our workforce. I just want us to pause, because if we put this in and it is unfunded, we will be forced to do it, but will not receive the funding to make it happen. And so my only pause, I absolutely want to make it happen, but if it comes unfunded, what will we do then?
Well, and history tells us that that happens many times.
And so I paused to make it a legislative priority when, okay, sure, let's raise it to $58,970. And then we don't receive the money. Ms. Boston Ellis is going to say, ain't no way. I don't know how. So that's my pause. I'm in support of whatever the board wants to do here. that's my pause.
Does that make
Go ahead, Vice Chair Conrad. She was starting and then coming.
I just was going to ask, many times when we are visiting with our legislators, they'll say, is there anything else you would like to discuss with us? Maybe this could not be one of our listed items, but it could be a top discussion item, because I do think the points that you've shared with us do bring quite a bit of clarity to where we are, and so maybe we just want to have it as a discussion item, at the conclusion of our meetings. Just a thought.
Cummings?
by us listeners as a legislative priority, that, I don't feel it obligates us to have to pay that. If it doesn't.
Pass it into legislation.
If they pass it, then they need to then they need to fund it.
Well, we could say that, but.
I thought you were
We
saying.
have lots
that.
of unfunded mandates.
Right, but I
No,
thought you
I'm
were
just
saying.
saying, let's say our voice is so powerful, which I would love to say it is, that they hear us and they want to make it a priority at the legislative level, and then they bring it into law. My cause for pause is that, what if they don't fund it? Because we see them historically pass things and then not fund them, and then we are here to close the gap.
I was hearing something different. I was thinking you were saying that because we put this on the list.
That Marion
we'll be
County.
obligated
No.
District, no, I was gonna say no.
No, I'm sorry if I misspoke.
Yeah.
And let's think about Marion County for a minute, because we have a lot of longtime teachers that are retiring. You know, years ago, people started at a very young age, came right out of teacher college, boom, 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 came all the way through, stayed with us the whole time. Now, we have, and I'd love to see the statistics on this, the comparison of tenured, so to speak, teachers compared to new teachers. I think that it is much less expensive to have a great teacher in the classroom and to pay them. Because when that doesn't happen and kids fall through the cracks, now we're spending money on, interventions, we're spending money on intervention teachers, we're spending money on, now junior doesn't want to come to school because they're not doing well, so now we have everybody outreaching to the families. Just imagine if we didn't have as much of that, we could be paying teachers a whole lot more.
So I certainly appreciate this robust discussion that we're having. I'm going to liken, so first of all, whenever we did have the mandate from the legislature to raise the average teacher, to raise the starting teacher salary, we did get that funded. What we didn't get funded, as an example, would be when we were mandated to go immediately to $15 minimum wage for every education employee. While everybody else in the nation, or everybody else in the state had the opportunity to do that graduation and start at 10 and we 11. We had a plan in place, didn't we, Miss Boston Ellis, to get there, and all of a sudden one day it has to go everybody to $15. Oh, okay. So we scrambled and figured out how to make that work, and that wasn't funded quite necessarily. But I do appreciate this robust discussion because average is an operative word here, and what's interesting is what the legislature really can dictate is what that starting salary is. But each individual school district is going to bargain with their bargaining agents different rates that are either, tenured, how they look at that, if that's 0 to 1 year, 0 to 5 years. We've had those conversations. We know what that looks like when we actually get to the nuts and bolts of that. So I agree that average is an awkward way to bring this to a legislative priority. I think that it can be one of those elements of continued concern that we have in a conversation with our legislative delegations separately in their individual meetings, as opposed to possibly putting it on this. But I also, as our representative, can submit it to Florida School Board Association and see how that group, when we meet, wants to make that a conversation that we have at that level as well. Because it's a statewide issue that we're really trying to address that our community certainly sees as a challenge.
And I agree. I would like to take the temperature of our legislators because the narrative is out there that we're 50th in pay in the nation. That's what people are hearing.
Right.
And so what that tells me as a school board member that we also need to be very mindful of increasing the spread between average starting teacher salary and our teachers that have been with us long-term, that have proven themselves over and over and over from every assessment measure possible, that they're fantastic at what they do.
Right.
And compensate them accordingly, because we have a shortage.
Right. And having that conversation one-on-one with them will be helpful to say, not every district has a supplement, a stipend for master's degrees or specialist certifications, or that, and our district does, but not every district does. Not every district would say, what is that average? Is your average 10 years? Is your average 15 years? Is your average 4.5 years? And every district is going to vary on that. So I appreciate the robust discussion. I think we have agreed that we're going to move that to a continued concern without putting it on our little agenda.
Great.
Can we?
Sure.
Because I think this is a priority, and I do think the conversation has to go forward. I just don't want to take it all the way off the table yet. As we go through these, maybe we need to put it down somewhere else. As being on the advocacy for the FSBA, I will personally push this one, but I think we got to, at some point, we're going to have to put it on there, at some point, because we keep telling our teachers we appreciate them, we love them, we enjoy the job they're doing, but at some point, we got to put it in paper, put it in writing to our legislators, because sometimes those backroom conversations that's all they are, backdoor conversations. So I'm just one person. I'm just kind of saying, let's not all the way take it off yet. Just kind of wait and see how we go through these other ones, and then see how it measures up.
And I feel like that's what we kind of said, is that, we want to at least have the opportunity to talk to our legislators first so they can share with us maybe what is brewing, and then we can go accordingly. And thank you for saying that you're going to make it a priority at FSBA, because that's a bigger voice. It's a bigger, louder voice. Okay.
Okay, moving on to school safety. So this recommendation, according to the information we have here, was increased funding for additional school safety mandates. So you all can read the narrative on the talking points there. I certainly want to open discussion on what this looks like. We continue to have school safety mandates, as we all know. I'm not certain what the request for increased funding will look like. And so I think if the increased funding is potentially that the legislature actually funds all the SROs that we're required to have, like that would be a specific request. But as we have learned in some of our meetings, every community also does that differently, because some communities actually have their county pick up that cost, or their county pick up half that cost, and the school board isn't taking on that full brunt of what that cost is, as we are. So I welcome your thoughts.
Just popped in my brain. What if, because I hear what you're saying, but also everyone approaches it differently. So what if it is a specific monetary allocation for each level of school that equates to about the cost of an SRO? So I don't have those numbers off the top of my head, but we say every pre-K 5 site gets these are numbers, $20,000, and every middle school site gets 25 and whatever. And we asked the legislator to put a number, a monetary value they will give per type of school site for safe schools officers. And whether they use that for guardian funding or SROs or whatever, then the school district has the liberty to use that for anything related to armed security on a campus. But then we're kind of doing what you would like to do, Dr. Campbell, without explicitly saying SROs. That's my idea.
Sure. The narrative here that we have is specific to the new legislation that is being enacted for this year about gates on campuses and the number of gates that we have, and now legislation says those gates have to be manned. And so what that is going to look like from a cost standpoint, school employees working events that occur after hours, and what that's, so I think that's potentially a greater conversation about how that legislation actually is going to impact on each level. So I think that, again, is one of those continuing concerns. We have real conversation about how that legislation looks, not saying we need to shift that legislation, but also talking about how that actually financially impacts districts whenever we do have, again, one of those unfunded mandates. And just for the community's sake, we have an estimate of 425 to 450 gates on our school campuses. So I think that's interesting. At the high school level alone, we have 120 to 150 gates. And now that we will have to have school employees manning those gates, if those gates are ever open, that will come with a significant cost, and we're going to have to be experiencing that this year, and we're going to grow through that and figure out what that actually looks like. But if we are making a recommendation for additional school safety funding, to your point, perhaps it is a per dollar amount, per school amount, per different schools are different sizes, different. It gets, maybe it's a per student funding. It is a tricky one because, again, we know there are districts that have one K-12 school in their entire district. And so
would it be possible then to take, and I don't know this number, but you guys could come back with it, because I think, are we making a decision, or we could decide potentially, and you guys could come with a number, but how many students we have and how much money we spend on SROs, and divide those two numbers up, which would give us a per student amount of money that we are spending right now on SROs. Because then we could potentially come up with because I'm thinking you're right, asking for this is not going to fix the gate problem, but asking for this would alleviate lots of money that we could then allocate towards schools to use to pay people to cover gates. So maybe if a per pupil is probably the best way to do it, to delineate it, because then it's the same no matter where you are. And so if we could use some of our current numbers to come up with a per pupil rate, then we would be able to, and that'd go off of FTE, I assume, then maybe we could come up with a number that would be most reflective.
And safe schools, there is an allocation already in the FEFP, Ms. Boston-Ellis. There is already an allocation for school safety in the FEFP. So our specific request would be to increase that by, and whatever that amount becomes. I think we have been very diligent through the years with Florida School Board Association and others to say increase the FEFP by blah, blah, blah. perhaps this specific request would say to increase the FEFP Safe Schools allocation by this amount. And I would appreciate, as I think, if we're all in agreement on that, to determine what that amount would actually be that would be helpful for us to not pull money from anywhere else in the FEFP, not touching anything else, but to increase that specific categorical, and I keep looking at Ms. Boston Ellis, but to increase that specific categorical that would actually make an impact.
We need to say.
You know what?
I'm sorry.
Oh.
We need to say for that specific reason, though.
Right.
You need to say that in the language.
Sure, absolutely. And we can say for the cost of schools, well, I mean, just safe schools in general. I mean, we have a lot of costs, but I mean, we can talk about it for gates, or we can talk about it specific to SROs, or we can talk, and I'm going to look to Ms. Boston Ellis. I think that we all would agree to give us what an idea of that request specifically could be for an increase in that categorical.
Here's something to think about, because our 1 mil, which has been renewed a couple of times due to the extreme, largesse of our community that sees this need and wants to keep our schools safe, how much of that are we spending on school safety, in that budget? Because we can't continue to count on that 1 mil continuing. I'm glad, again, these public conversations are great because everyone gets to hear where the money's going, and it's directly to serve students. But whatever that amount is that we're allocating towards in the 1 mil, to me, that could be the starting point of the ask, because we need to get that out of there and have that be a stable, steady, continuing source of funding, which continues to be very sad to me that we even have to be spending taxpayer money on this because of the way society is today, but I have to get past that. It's reality.
So we can continue
Ridiculous
this
reality.
conversation. We have 2 more pages to go through here. But if I believe we have consensus from the board, the recommendation will be specific to say, increase safe schools categorical allocation to or by a certain percentage, a certain amount, something, and we'll rely on the team to give us a number. And I'm okay if it's a percentage. I'm okay if it's, and Dr. Gullett, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
I do, thank you. Madam Chair, and Board, and so I want to just say, we do know that we have, and I want to acknowledge we've received an increase in funding from the state, and we are very grateful for the referendum to do that. But, and I think to your point, when we look at just the school resource officers, everybody has done that differently across the state. So with regard to the gates, these new mandates, the demands are outpacing the funding coming in. So I just want to be clear that that's a disparity there. So we're trying to keep pace, we're getting more funding, we're grateful for that, but it's insufficient. So these new mandates coming are impacting all districts. And nobody has come up with an answer to say, how are we going to man this? And Marion County is what matters for us. And we don't have, that funding that was there was not keeping up with what we needed anyway, even with all of that. So this is a huge leap, and there's simply not money. So I would just reiterate what you've shared about it has to be clear that it's not taking it from somewhere else, because then we're just moving the money around, and that's going to leave a void somewhere else, and we can't afford that either. So that's just my ask, is that we're really clear about what that funding is for, that it's not coming from somewhere else, but it's to meet new mandates and requirements.
Right, and since it was their idea to have these gates manned, which is very appropriate, it makes sense, we just need the money to do it. So maybe mentioning that specifically would be important because it came from them.
True. I mean, I think that we can increase or can include the word with new safety mandates or something to that effect, and whether that is specific to gates or just increased safety mandates, because we'll probably have some new ones come out this year. So I don't know that I necessarily want to say specific to gates.
Correct.
Right. So, but I think we're pretty clear. I'm looking again to Mr. Christian and Mr. Carlisle. I think we're pretty clear on what that one needs to say. But as we get a number, hopefully from the team, and we certainly can say, this would be an increase, and to not pull from somewhere else, to just an increase specific to that categorical.
Yes.
Mandates.
Yeah, to meet new mandates. Absolutely.
New mandates, yes.
Okay.
Before you go into the next one, I just wanted to offer, because I did bring this forward, I have had conversation with the Early Learning Coalition of Marion County and have offered to support them in some of their conversations with the legislator regarding this item, because ultimately they are holding the legislation, we're like a pass-through receiver on this particular item. So for the sake of the board's time, I just wanted you all to know I am having conversations with the ELC and will be an advocate on our behalf with the ELC to talk with legislators. So if the board wants to kind of move beyond this item, because it was one I brought forward, I'm fine to do that.
Okay, so you're, just for everyone following
sorry.
at home, VPK.
Deregulation.
Yes,
Yes.
Deregulation of voluntary pre-kindergarten.
Yes. So it's up to the board, but I just wanted to give that nugget that I am having those conversations with the ELC.
Sure. No, thank you, Dr. James, for that, because at the end of the day, we aren't in the VPK business. We have VPKs, but we aren't in the VPK business. So I didn't know if you had anything else to add on this, Mr. Carlisle, and I was talking to Dr. Gullett about it yesterday, but it's possible that we can just move on from it. Board, if you are okay with not putting it in our top priorities. Consensus? Yes?
Yes, sure.
I'm not seeing heads nod.
My top priority would be more funding for VPK, because again, we know it's all about kindergarten readiness to
Right.
get them on the track, and we were at the bottom. Weren't we squarely at the bottom,
We were,
Dr. Gullett?
yes.
And where are we now?
30.
37,
Yeah.
yes, 37th in rank.
Moving on up quickly within a year, and we have a representative, the principal from Fordham Early Learning Center with us today, and also Ms. Nevels, doing tremendous work. But that costs money, and there's a huge appetite for early education, as there should be. And parents are the kids' first teachers, we all know that. And even when that happens, the school can support it, but when it's not happening, it's very detrimental.
I think the ELC of Marion County is the force that we need to work with to make it happen.
Yep.
They have a strong voice in our community and at the state level, so I don't mind being someone who works and partners with them to try and continue to move those thoughts forward.
Excellent. We might even be able to team up a little bit when we're up
Right,
there.
in Tallahassee together. Sounds good.
Great.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Moving on to our item for gifted education. This was one that I know that I brought forth, but I'm certainly open to hear board member comment on the thoughts on this. And it would be to provide funding specific to services associated with students with written gifted education plans. This continues on to say, including but not limited to funding to pay the salaries of gifted teachers and the costs associated with assessing and identifying students for potential gifted services. I still would be in strong support of us adding this, but here's the justification in my thought process. I believe this is something potentially that legislators are unaware is even occurring. Similar to, I'll use last year's electronic signature example, that Marion County School Board, thanks to Attorney Powers, made as a charge. This is a challenge, this is a problem, got written into legislation this year because we identified a problem. This is one that I was unaware, frankly, as a school board member, that within our ESE funding, exceptional student education funding bucket, that there is not specified funding for education plans. There is specified funding for varying levels within an IEP, which is individual educational plan, that other students in exceptional student education have. Gifted education are EPs, and there is nothing from a funding perspective that is specified, that is delegated for that group of students. So how we want to word this, if the board is in consensus to move forward, I am fine with your recommendations, but I believe more than anything, this can be an eye-opener to people who may not even be aware that this is the way it's happening right now.
I agree, because it only makes sense to me funding both ends of the spectrum. We have kids that have the most profound handicaps, and they require a lot of extra support and funding for them to be able to get through a day in Marion County Public Schools. Now we have kids at the way other end of the spectrum, that word, the robotics kids, Megatronics, the Megatronics kids. Robots are expensive, and they're perfectly capable of building them, obviously. So we should be funding the kids that are going to be the innovators, at the same level as the kids that have the most profound needs. These are the movers and shakers, and they'll probably be our next, world leaders. So I think you're right. I doubt that there is awareness of this, so I look forward to having the conversation.
I would just offer, very similar to the conversation we were having about the last item about school safety, I would ask the team to come up with what they want that number to be, and we specifically say we want it in this bucket, and that would be my recommendation.
That we come up with a per pupil funding on gifted students.
Yeah, especially
that-
as we have a gifted initiative to expand our gifted services and opportunities in our district. Again, it would be super helpful if that came with some more funding so that we could put more gifted educators in our classrooms.
Right?
So I'm completely in support.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Mr. Carlisle, I would also like an updated number, like what number of students we're looking at in Marion County and what that looks like across the state. So we just have an idea as we're having conversations, how many students that impacts for us in Marion County.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And we do have a meeting, you are aware, we have a meeting with one of our legislators next week. So that, I'm glad that we have the opportunity to sit and have this conversation today, because we'll get pretty close to our exact priorities. But the more detail that we can have before that meeting next week will be very beneficial. So at this point, we could potentially just say, provide funding for services associated with students with written gifted education plans to be XYZ per pupil or something, whatever that is, I think. Dr. Gullett, maybe.
Thank you again. So we do get money, so I just want to be clear that what our ask is either by pupil or some other fashion, because we do get money under the umbrella.
Right.
So I don't want anyone to think that we don't get any money. But the request is specific to align the resources with the need.
Absolutely. And thank you for that
And
clarification.
increase the funding, because I think anybody watching would say, well, there is funding from the state. So it's just not with the same matrices as other students under the ESE umbrella.
Absolutely. So if there is a more creative way to word that, Ms. Williams-Jones perhaps can assist with that. If there's a more creative way for, you understand what we're trying to say, there is funding, and we do understand that, but
Increased allocation.
because of the significant needs of our students in the ESE population, that funding is often, I don't want to use the word evaporated, but it often is allocated to more significant needs, as opposed to, there's nothing specific in statute or in the FEFP formula specific to students with EPs. And that's what we would like to say, legislature, are you aware, and can we change this?
Put them on the matrix.
Yes, give them a matrix. But yes, so I'm open to whatever is determined. Ms. Williams-Jones, I'm sure, has some ideas on that too. But I think we have consensus. We want this to be one of our priorities, if for nothing else, to make the legislature aware of something they probably aren't.
Well, and after all, we did have some kids that helped invent Facebook that graduated from Vanguard.
There you
There
go.
it is right there. What else could have they been doing? You know?
There you go. Okay, moving on to facility construction. So if you read this narrative, this is obviously one that I brought up as well. What it appears to me is that SREF actually does allow for what I was hoping we could have done. There aren't necessarily stipulations that are preventing us from having larger gym capacity, and I think that we could have actually done something more than what we've been presented to do. I'm not certain that this needs to be one of our priorities. Actually, I'm just going to say I don't believe that it does. But where I stand on this board, and I told this to Dr. Gullett yesterday, so I'll be public with this statement. We're about to build a new high school, and this board was not afforded the opportunity to have a conversation specific to the indoor athletic facilities of that high school. We were given a prototype, and that was what we were given. A little bit later today, we'll be deciding what we're going to move forward with, and I'm in full support to move forward and get going. But if for some reason this board chooses today that we're not moving forward today, and we're going to prolong this for another year, then I would request, this individual board member, certainly we have to have a consensus, that we get to revisit what our indoor athletic facilities look like in our new high school. Because if we built it bigger, we could have collapsing bleachers, a lot more of them, and 2 or 3 full-size courts that would afford multiple teams practicing at one time. Having wrestling going on the same time you have a basketball, the same time you have a volleyball, all at one time. And we don't currently have that, and we're not going to have that in our new high school. I was under the impression that it was because of an SREF challenge, and based on the information we've received, I don't believe that that actually exists. So I am ready to move on from that, but I did want to make that statement since I'm the one who brought it up. Okay, then our next priority is CTE, Career and Technical Education. The recommendation here is to adopt policies that encourage and incentivize students to engage in CTE curriculum and programs, specifically looking at the CAPE industry certification funding list that assigns additional FTE to certifications identified in the master's credential list under this statute. It's a lot of language, but we need to have a CTE priority. Is this the one we want? I'm opening the conversation to the board. We definitely, I believe, need to continue to push forward with funding for career technical education, to push forward with policy, to push forward with incentives, for CTE curriculum programs. What do we believe as a board that needs to look like? And if this is it, great, let's move forward. But
This is a big one for the community. And for me personally, you know, if it wasn't for my passion in the horse business, I would have never gone to college, you know. And over again, don't the rest of us here, you know, more vocational, more life skills. We want kids that can count change back from $1. We want kids that, you know how to work as a team, that show up to work every day, that are very invested in the job that they've been given and are great employees. And that not every child is college bound, and nor they shouldn't have to be. So for me, this is something that I fully support continuing to grow it. But when I'm looking at these talking points, there's no point in spending money on industry certifications for careers that really are not a big need in this community, so that we need to have some flexibility. I think all districts do, for what it is that each district or each community is, what's in demand, so to speak.
So I guess I'm a little confused, because I think that this talking point is kind of vague. And so there's not enough meat in this talking point to make this a legislative priority for me at all. What I heard Chair Thrower just say sounded a lot like deregulation, but I don't see that really in this. And so I guess pardon my confusion, but I don't really understand exactly what, I don't know that we've landed on what we want our CT focus to be.
It's in the last paragraph, and maybe this would suffice. Aligning the industry certifications that are associated with additional FTE funding with the industry certifications that are in demand in the workforce and in the community's workforce, maybe, add community, may encourage more students to engage in and complete the CTE programs offered by the district.
So my pause is the word may.
Right.
There's what data do we have to support that actually is going to work? And so that's why I feel very uninspired by this, because I feel like I don't know, everything else we've talked about has like a strong data point that we can grasp to really align this. And I don't know, can you tell me how many industry certifications are currently not in alignment with what we have? Because my understanding of what we offer in our community is very in line with the jobs in our community.
so if I may interject here, I believe what our request might be, and I'm going to kind of glance out and see if anybody has feedback on this. I think what our request is to expand the CAPE industry certification funding list. I think that's the request, that we have more opportunities, more industry certifications that receive that funding, so then we can have the FTE employee for said certification. So I think the real request is to just expand that list. Dr. Gullett.
Yes, thank you. I would agree. Mr. Carl, I'm sorry, my allergies are terrible today. I don't know if you want to add in anything, but as the workforce changes, we need to be able to get funding for those and have access to our students getting those properly certified pathways. So, Mr. Carlisle, is there anything specific you want to add to that?
No, I agree, and I think that language that you just said, that expanding the CAPE funding list is better than what I had here. because there are certifications out there that our students would be interested in that aren't associated with that funding.
Right.
So it becomes challenging to offer those certifications to our students.
Right. So I think that's a simple way to say it, expand CAPE industry certification funding list. I would request then, additionally from you, Mr. Smallridge, whomever, to give us some examples, i.e. this. What isn't currently in that list that we would love to see? Because we'll need that in our one-on-one conversations.
What's missing, yeah.
Right. To give us those examples specific to our community and even specific to the state of Florida that we know are jobs that are coming our way and we don't currently get funding to actually offer those certifications.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I think we have that language. We good? Perfect. Okay, we have 2 more to go and then we're done on this.
A lot of priorities.
Yeah, a lot of priorities. But at this point, we've chosen 4. So good deal. So the next 2, so we'll talk about school district funding, and this one is specific to capital millage. So we have approached this, in the 4 years I've been on the board, we've approached this for multiple different ways. We approached it from saying PICO funding. We wanted PICO funding. And then last year we went so bold as to say, restore capital millage to 2.0. And while I appreciate both of those efforts, both of them were like dead in the water. So I think what the language potentially could say is course correct capital funding discrepancies. Hear me out on this, and we'll figure out, and that's just literally off the top of my head. I didn't write this down. I'm not thinking through this, but I'm thinking out loud. So FEFP, the whole purpose of the Florida Education Finance Program, the whole purpose of it is to level the playing field of school districts around the state in every different categorical. The one categorical that's missing is capital funding. We used to have a PICO funding source that went away. We used to have the millage rate of 2.0 that they then changed to 1.5, but it now relies on local communities to pick up the pieces for capital funding. And based on the conversations we'd had over the last 2 years, it depends on how the community reacts to what those sources are. There are only 2 other sources, impact fees and sales tax, that's it, for capital funding specifically. PICO funding were those dollars that were associated with landline telephones that no longer exist in most places, and even if they do, all of those dollars go to charter schools. End of story.
You can still run a millage for capital funding, because we did that years ago. It didn't pass, but
So again,
that would have to be specific for capital.
So
just
again-
like ours is specific for.
right, but that again relies on your local community to make a decision locally about how they want to see school buildings and capital built in their community.
Right, so we would be adding to that local millage, local sales tax, local impact fees. I just want to make sure that we're covering all the potential funding,
But-
not that I'm advocating for it.
No, potentially. My request in this, if we were to go back to this, because again, this is going to be the 4th year in a row we try to put something on capital. My request would be for us to talk about the course correction. The legislature's been very specific on FEFP being leveling the playing field. So Miami-Dade gets a different categorical on certain things than we do, and we get all these compression funds, all this to try to level the playing field per student. But capital is based on your local community, because you can run a millage, you can run a sales tax, you can ask for impact fees, but all of that takes local decision. And none of that is at the state level, where every other decision that we have in education funding essentially comes from the state.
Absolutely.
So I'm open to your recommendations on how we need to word that, but I think that's the gist of what we've been trying to do for 4 years, and we've been given specific ways they needed to do it, and maybe they'll come up with something else. But if we're course correcting the capital funding disparity, that's what we're asking for.
So could we just go again to the team and ask for that per pupil or percentage number from the team? And as long as it's the recommendation of the CFO and the teams, I'm in full support of saying this is our request specific for capital funding. I'm in complete alignment with that. And I honestly, the second to attendance, it should be our it should be tied for the first in priorities in my book.
And that's fine. I mean, I could agree with that as well. So the language that I have is course correct capital funding disparity. And then we could, and if, via, whatever, this amount of per pupil funding or something. I don't know where they're going to come up with the source of funding, no idea. I know there's been a lot of conversation through the years of actually adding a tax to the cell phones. Wow, that was real Tennessee. Cell phones, having a tax on cell phones like we had on landline phones. I don't know that would be, but again, those would all be legislative decisions to figure out how they would fund it. But I think if we again highlight why we're making that request, this is a state, you're funding education, so let's also start funding the education facilities. Again, not start, let's do it again, because they did for years. Okay, all right, good. So y'all have kind of an idea of what we're looking for. Ms. Boston-Ellis, you have a lot of work, I'm really sorry. But then you and Ms. Dobbins can work on that one together, and we'll move forward with that. So, okay, the last thing on here was also a recommendation that I had for geography education. I talked about this with Dr. Gullett yesterday some. So, the information I received from Dr. Brewer appears that there may be some language already in our social studies curriculum that speaks to geography. My question then, I believe, this may be a Marion County specific thing that I want more clarification on than if it's already in our curriculum maps and in our requirements that we have to teach. Why are our students leaving school without knowing geography? And so if that is a Marion County problem, I'm fine with us taking it off, and I'm okay with that. If we see that the language in our curriculum requirements needs to be strengthened in any way, I'm okay with us making this a priority. I do think now that the legislature is specifically saying you must teach Holocaust and communism education, not tying those standards to a geography element as well, they're missing the mark.
Well, if you can't find Poland and Germany on a map,
And if you can't find Cuba while you're talking about communism, that's a problem for Florida students. So I'm okay with not necessarily making this a legislative priority if we believe there is some standards language that's already existing and it's just a Marion County-based issue. But if the team thinks that actually we can strengthen some of this standards language to ensure that our students are learning in conjunction with communism and Holocaust education, they are learning about Eastern Europe, they're learning about the communist countries that have that type of government structure, then we can go either way.
I just wanted to say, from a teacher's lens, I think that the things we're talking about are very basic recall versus if we're looking on hierarchy of thinking, I think these are all very level one basic recalls. Where is Poland? That's a recall, right? We're not using higher order thinking skills to find Poland on a map. And so I think it's about looking internally and our approach to learning and what are we focusing on, because while I appreciate the sentiment of knowing where Poland is on the map, the concept and being able to apply critical thinking to the concept has more value overall than being able to identify where it is on the map. And so I think it's just about internally looking at how often are we reiterating and hitting that point, because that continuously hitting it in more than one grade throughout multiple school years will be able to solidify the fact versus touching it in week 32 of 7th grade. There's no way they're going to remember it if we address it once.
no dispute there. And education is a growth process, but when a kid is in high school and they can't identify 5 states that border the Atlantic Ocean, that's a problem. So I don't know if geography is a tested subject. It probably isn't.
Well,
right?
U.S. history,
Well, yeah, but there's something desperately missing, is the point. And
So is that, as Dr. Campbell just said, is that a Marion County issue, or is that a statewide?
Oh, I think it's an
issue?
everywhere issue. It's not even statewide. I think it's our entire country. I mean, you watch these videos of people who can't even, they don't even know the national anthem, right? So, but I think that's something that internally in Marion County, we can make it a priority to address and make it a priority to prioritize.
Yes, well, and that has begun. We did get a wonderful donation of, it was over $20,000, I believe, of world maps. And with a lot of encouragement for the teachers to reference them as they're teaching critical thinking to help orient kids, you are here, this is there. Sounds very simplistic, but, it's the beginning. So, yeah, I don't know that this needs to be a priority for legislature, but it certainly has been identified by more than a couple of board members that this seems to be a really big gap for kids from the elementary level. What are your thoughts, Vice Chair Conrad?
It is, and my comment really is it boils down to just basic good teaching. Back in the day when I started teaching, it was whole language, and so when you read a story and the family moved to Texas, you got out the map and you found Texas. And so it's exactly what Dr. James said. It is day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year of repetition and exposure to geography so that students are comfortable and familiar with it when they're learning and doing higher level thinking.
So if we can wrap this up, I think what I'm hearing from the board is this doesn't necessarily make our legislative priorities, but we have consensus that this board wants to ensure that geography becomes a significant focus of how we are teaching in Marion County K through 12.
Yes.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And Board, I agree. I do think it's a broad issue. I do recognize that, and I would agree with that. I want to call your attention to the document that Mr. Carlisle provided to you, the CPALMS link, and I'll just use an example because to your point, it is in our standards, in our benchmarks. And so, for example, in just grade 6, and there's something for all grades, right? This is progressive, and it is a vertical alignment. But even in 6th grade geography, standard 6 says understand how to apply geography to interpret the past and present and plan for the future. So understanding the context of geography, what has occurred and plan for the future, I think it speaks to a lot of things that Dr. Campbell has brought up and then you all discussed. So it's in there. I think there's an opportunity for us to spend more time helping to make those connections and a collaborative planning and look at the context with which the information is being shared.
Great.
Perfect. Okay, Chair, I think we have our 5 priorities that we have, and obviously teacher pay isn't in that 5, but I believe that with my serving as the legislative liaison and actually Reverend Cummings also being a part of that chair or co-chair of that committee with Florida School Board Association, we can push that with a louder voice in a different way. I'll be interested to see how our colleagues around the state want to address that, because sometimes that's something that in that robust conversation that they actually want to address it a different way, and it actually comes across in a better way. But I think that I've heard our 5 priorities, which are attendance, school district capital funding, we're moving that to the second one now, school safety funding, specifically gifted education, and then career technical education. Those actually could be renumbered some way. But based on all the information that we have presented, Mr. Carlisle, do you have enough from us to know what next steps are?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, more than he wants, actually.
I appreciate it. We'll have the additional information that was requested to you guys as soon as we can compile it.
Right.
Terrific. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. That was really a great overview, and thank you, Mr. Carlisle, for presenting us with the list and the talking points and summarizing what our priorities are. And that palm card is not very big, so
No.
but it is appreciated. It has become very appreciated over the years by the legislators to see. So, all right. Is there any public comment on this particular item? All right, hearing none. Have a great rest of the day, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Campbell. You really are very good at this, so we appreciate your guidance in this.
For sure, for sure.
Thank you. My pleasure.
All right, Dr. Gullett.
Yes, so we are now, Board, moving on to the exceptional student education policies and procedures. So I'm pleased to bring forward Dr. Hembrook and the team. Thank you so much.
Morning.
Good morning again.
That's right. We've been hanging out with you since 7:30.
Coffee together this morning.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chair
Good morning.
Thrower, Board, Dr. Gullett. This morning, what I'm going to do is give you an update on the 3-year requirement for the Exceptional Student Education Policies and Procedures document. Every 3 years, it's a requirement that the board submit a policy and procedures document. The importance of this document is not only that it identifies the way in which Marion County Public Schools addresses, can you not hear me?
Just talk a little
Can you talk
louder.
a little louder for me?
It addresses, is that better?
Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. The way that Marion County serves our students with disabilities. It is also a requirement in order for the district to receive state and federal funding for the provision of these services. The requirement is a 2-step process in which the Florida Department of Education will review and approve the policy and procedures document. However, the final approval of the document is provided by the Marion County School Board. Although today's focus is on the policy and procedures document, I want to indicate that we will be having an additional ESE update provided specifically to the board to look at the department and the plan of ESE moving forward on August 1st. So there will be an additional update to the board that is specific to the policies and procedures of the ESE curriculum department moving forward. And just as an additional piece of information, the preliminary approval from the Florida Department of Education for all of the components of the ESE policy and procedures document has been provided to us. So DOE has reviewed all of the information that we have submitted to them, and they have given the district preliminary approval on the policy and procedures document. So at a later board meeting, you all will give us the final approval on the document. The ESE policy and procedures requirements really focus on the identification, evaluation, and eligibility determination and placement, which is a major indicator of child find activities. Child find is an obligation of each district in order to ensure that they identify any student who might be in need of specialized placement or exceptional student education support. The ESE policy and procedures document is divided into 5 parts. The areas of the policy and procedures document are listed on the slide before you, and as you can see, there are several broad areas in which we were required to provide information to the state. Part 1 identifies general policies and procedures. This addresses federal and state requirements regarding student and parent rights, access to public education, and the evaluation process. This section really governs how we take state and federal guidance and develop district practices to ensure compliance as we support students with disabilities. Part 2 of the Policies and Procedures document focuses on the eligibility criteria, development of the individual education plan, and the provision of supports and services for students in all disability categories. Part 3 addresses identification and services for students who are gifted. It also addresses the district's plan to increase identification of underrepresented students for consideration of gifted services. Part 4 addresses the provision of equitable services to parentally placed private school students with disabilities and addresses the district's responsibility to provide IEP services to students enrolled in private schools. It also addresses the Family Empowerment Scholarship for students with unique abilities, which is a state-sponsored scholarship program. In Part 5 of the document, the district is asked to upload specific district policy documents which outline how we support our students in all of the areas listed in the appendices. As I stated for you earlier, the state has received all of the district's documents for review, and we have been given preliminary approval of all areas of the plan.
Awesome.
Dr. Gullett.
Thank you, Ms. Williams-Jones. The board, we're happy to answer any questions you may have about this item. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for that presentation. I'm interested to know, just offhand, how many pages is this document?
At last printing, after the state's final feedback, it was 187 pages.
I was going to guess 200. I was close. It certainly illustrates how much goes into serving our students with very unique and individual needs, and I thank you for everything that you're doing. Yeah, you haven't been with us that long, and being a director of exceptional student education is a massive job. So thank you for the good work that you're doing with your team, and thank you, Dr. Hembrook. Are there any questions or comments from the board?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I do have a couple questions.
Yes.
Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it so much. I just had a couple of requests for our Part 2 presentation, some information, if I could, request to find out about.
For August 1st?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
So looking at slide 5, I'd like to see a timeline of legally what we're obligated to as far as how many days and how much time we have to get these thank you, plans completed. When I visit schools, it's something that we're struggling with, and I know we discussed this Tuesday night as we're trying to get staff in place. And so, just so I'm armed with that information, what the timeline is supposed to look like and how we're meeting it.
I can provide that for you, absolutely, at that.
Okay, thank you so much. And then my next question is just because I don't know the answer on slide 7, where you talk about we're providing services when they are students are in private school.
Yes.
Is that just for private school, or is it also if they're doing online school, or if they're homeschooling? Like, how far is that reach?
So these specific requirements here are addressing parentally placed private school students.
Okay.
However, there are some supports that are provided to students who are homeschooled, as provided there are statutory requirements for that. So if a parent wants to of a homeschool student wants an evaluation, as a district, we will conduct that evaluation. If the student is found eligible, then for the purposes of receiving services, that student would need to attend their base school or the school that could provide that service in order to receive that. So the student is still eligible to receive those services. It almost becomes like they're dually enrolled because the parent is providing the primary educational supports, but for those specialized supports, they would come into the district in order to be able to receive that. And if a student is, say, in a virtual program but has an IEP, if it's Marion County virtual, we would work with that parent to address those needs. And then, of course, if the student is in another type of virtual setting, they all have plans in which they are expected to meet those specialized needs of students with disabilities.
Okay. Thank you very much for clarifying that for me. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Awesome. Any other questions, comments from the board? Yes. Thank you again, and I'm also aware that students that are hospitalized, we have teachers that will physically go to the hospital to provide services. Is that correct?
For our hospital homebound teachers, they will serve students in the hospital if it is a long-term care type of situation, and we also have those teachers who go to the home for those students who, because of medical conditions, sometimes mental health concerns, are not able to leave home to come to school. And so we do have a group of teachers that is their primary responsibility, is to provide educational services to those students.
Thank you for clarifying that. Your umbrella is very large and very well appreciated. And yes, I look forward to the next work session in August where we can get more detail about everything that's going on in the department currently and the goals for moving forward. There's been a lot of good progress the last few years in some of these important indicators that were audited by the state on. So I just wanted to congratulate everyone in the department for their continued good work as well.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any public comment on this particular agenda item? All right. Hearing none, we will move on. Dr. Gullett, if you'll introduce our next item, and then maybe after this one, we'll take a quick break.
Yeah, we're breaking at like 12 for lunch, right?
Yes, we're going to break at 12, but in case anyone needs a quick break.
Oh, okay.
We're ready? Okay.
Yes, we're ready, Dr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you see Mr. Ayers making his way down. Ms. Boston-Ellis, Mr. Ayers are here. Mr. Ayers is going to lead us in a conversation about the rezoning for the 2025-2026 school year. Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair, Madam Co-Chair, board members, Dr. Gullett, Attorney Powers, Ms. Martinez. I'm here this morning to present rezoning information for the 25-26 school year, and more specifically, the proposed areas for new elementary W and X. Starting in January 2025, we will formalize an annual process of examining student enrollment in district capacity. A zoning planning committee will be created consisting of stakeholders who will analyze current residential development data and student enrollment needs. The committee will review the current data and make recommendations to the superintendent. Meetings will be held from January through March of each year to analyze current data and develop and discuss potential rezoning plans. Community meetings will also be conducted to gather community input on any potential plans. If necessary, board workshops, public hearings, and a board vote on any potential rezoning will occur starting in April of each year. Any rezoning plans will be approved a year in advance of implementation. The current rezoning process for elementary W and X started in April with a joint community meeting with the facilities department to present enrollment data and the locations of the new elementary schools. Community input on the rezoning process was collected using an online form. Today, the rezoning plan is being presented, and in August, community meetings will be held to gather additional input from the community. By the end of October, there will be a rule development workshop public hearing, and the board can approve the rezoning plan. This slide shows a graphic from the Benesh study from 2023. As a reminder, the areas in purple show the predicted population change in Marion County through 2045. The darker purple represents the larger population increase. The orange circles represent the number of residential units over the next 5 years. And the green squares represent new residential units for going 10 years out. As you can see, most of the growth in the south is in the southwest portion of the county. This slide shows the location of new or replacement schools and classroom additions that are either underway or planned pending review. The two projects currently underway are elementary X and W, represented by letters A and B. The rest of the projects are planned pending review. Lakeward Middle School replacement is also referred to as Middle School DD. There are three types of rezoning: technical, targeted, and relief. Technical rezoning is used to correct mapping errors. It is located in uninhabited areas and no students are impacted. Targeted rezoning is used to alleviate localized overcrowding and a limited number of students are affected. Relief rezoning is used to alleviate widespread overcrowding and involves opening of new schools and impacts a large area and a large number of students. This slide shows an example of technical rezoning. This rezoning will correct a zoning lines between Fort McCoy and East Marion. Zoning lines should follow roads. This line follows historic map and section line. The area involved is a national forest land where no students reside. Targeted rezoning should be considered whenever a replacement school is being built or new classroom wings are added. Once the Lakeward Middle School replacement school's fish capacity is determined, targeted rezoning is recommended. The rezoning will follow the annual timeline. Targeted rezoning is not recommended for the schools receiving new classroom wings. Current or pending development will account for an increased fish capacity. And remember, fish capacity is the Florida inventory of schoolhouse seats that is determined by the Florida Department of Education. Relief rezoning is recommended to populate the new high school CCC, which is scheduled to open August 2026. The rezoning process for this school will follow the annual rezoning timeline. Relief rezoning is recommended to populate the new elementary W and X, opening in August 2025. The Student Assignment and Records Department, Facilities Department, and Curriculum Department have been working on rezoning for elementary W and X. The next slide will show the proposed attendance zones and enrollment projections for elementary W and X. The proposed attendance zones were created examining all options and current data. This slide shows the proposed attendance zone for elementary W in the west portion of Marion Oaks, south of County Road 484. The attendance zone pulls from current Marion Oaks and Sunrise attendance zones. This slide shows the proposed attendance zone for elementary X in the Winding Oaks area, south of Southwest 66th Street. The attendance zone pulls from the current Bellevue Santos, Hammett Bowen Jr., Marion Oaks, and Saddlewood attendance zones. This slide shows the new attendance zones for elementary W and X, and the adjusted zones for Bellevue, Bellevue Santos, Hammett Bowen Jr., Legacy, Marion Oaks, Saddlewood, and Sunrise. The colors on the map represent the new school boundaries, and the black line represent the current boundaries. The chart shows the number of students in the attendance area they will come from to populate the 2 new schools. Just to point out, there's an error on the chart. The number of students from Sunrise going to elementary W should read 463, not 419. I'll make sure that a revised PowerPoint outing is updated to board docs following the work session. The following slides will show the projected enrollment for the 4 years out, starting with the 25-26 school year for elementary W and X and the other impacted schools. The projections include growth rate of the zones, which was calculated using a combination of Power School's predictive analytics and historical student enrollment rates. The capacities of schools is determined by the Florida Inventory of Schoolhouses, or FISH seats. They are determined by the Florida Department of Education. FISH seats are adjusted annually as new wings are come online or portables are moved. The utilization percentage of schools is determined by comparing a student population and the available FISH seats. This chart shows the projected enrollment of elementary W and X and the utilization percentage for 4 years, starting with the 25-26 school year. The attendance numbers for all schools will be evaluated annually following the formalized rezoning process to determine the current rate of development and enrollments being maintained. This chart shows the projected enrollment of Saddlewood, Hammett Bowen Jr., Marion Oaks, and Sunrise, along with utilization percentages for 4 years, starting with the 25-26 school year. Note that FISH capacity changes in the 28-29 school year for Hammett Bowen and Marion Oaks are because planned wings are scheduled to open pending review. This chart shows the projected enrollment of Bellevue, Bellevue Santos, and Legacy, and the utilization percentages for 4 years, starting with the 25-26 school year. Following this work session, the next steps for the new elementary school's attendance zones will be to upload the proposed zoning information to the district rezoning website and open an online survey to collect more community input from all stakeholders. We will hold in-person community meetings in August to allow for more community and stakeholder input. A rule development work session will then be held, followed by a public hearing and board vote on the rezoning plan. That was a lot, and so I'm now open for questions.
Yes, it was.
Thank you, Mr. Ayers. I want to thank you and your team and all the teams that worked on this. There've been we've had a lot of conversations, a lot of people spending a lot of time, and board, I understand there's a lot of information here. It's there are a lot of moving pieces, and so we're very pleased to answer questions you may have. Thank you.
Before we start, I would like to thank Dr. Talbot Irving and Ms. Teresa Boston-Ellis, who was instrumental in working with this, as well as Stan Jacobs, who's in the office, because I would be lost without him. So,
Thank you. It definitely takes a team.
yes, ma'am.
Sayers,
So we'll open it up to discussion and comments.
I just got a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Slide 9, where you talk about the high school rezoning.
Yes, sir.
Relief school rezoning. High school, the proposed high school is going to be for relief of Westport and Dunellen, correct?
That's not quite determined yet, because we haven't started that process, but it would possibly affect Westport, Dunellen, and Bellevue.
And Bellevue, okay. All right, thank you. That was the only question I had.
Thank you. Any other comments or discussion from the board?
I just want to point out one thing. Mr. Ayers and I chit-chatted a couple times this week because I had a few questions. So just so the board is aware, when I was looking at the numbers, I was confused because it looked like Sunrise wasn't losing enough kids to get to the number that's on the slide as presented. But there are a significant portion of Sunrise students who are being, and if you look at the map, you can see it, but there are a significant portion of Sunrise students who are being rezoned to Bellevue Santos Elementary. Is that correct, is that the right school, Mr. Ayers?
Marion Oaks Elementary.
Marion Oaks, I'm sorry, yes, Marion Oaks Elementary. So there's a significant portion, as like significant meaning hundreds.
Yeah, just so that you know, I've gone back to slide 14 on the screen, and if you'll notice the black line that was the original Sunrise Elementary thing, you can see that Sunrise is losing, well, students are being moved to the new Elementary W, as well as a good portion to Marion Oaks. And so in total, as zone students, Sunrise, 836 students are being transferred out of Sunrise to the new schools.
So I just wanted to highlight that because it's not, that number isn't really in here, and I had questions about that, and Mr. Ayers and I were able to talk through it on a couple occasions this week, but you can kind of see it if you look at the map, but I wanted you guys to understand that, and the community to understand that too, that, you know, essentially over half of the population of Sunrise Elementary is going to be rezoned.
If you'll notice on the map, the amount of shrinkage of the zone, because it's in pink in there, in the thing. I have a chart which lists all the changes from all the schools that I will provide to the board members, as well as upload the board docs when I upload the revised PowerPoint that has that corrected information to it.
Yes, because we've talked a lot about this school and how overloaded Sunrise is, and they just keep coming. So it's a welcome statement. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Did you have more?
Well, and in these, Mr. Ayers and I have had this conversation. I was the board member that brought forth requesting this discussion occur because my hesitation regarding whether we need more space at our elementary W and X. And the plan that is presented here, while is the picture of currently enrolled and as zoned, so it's this picture perfect capture of a moment. It's not necessarily reflective of where we'll be in a year, right? Shows that we're not going to need those wings at W and X when we open. And I, as a board member, just want to go on record and say I pray that this is accurate, because my worst fear is that we open a school and a student is in a portable. That is my worst fear as a board member, and I can respect that the data being presented before us shows that that is not going to be the case. And we have to proceed based on the data that's before us. So I respect that, but I want to mince no words when I say that I will be so frustrated as a board member if we put students in portables at brand new schools. That is just something that I am so against. And so I pray that this is exactly how we're going to proceed, but I also know that Sunrise added 200 students to the tune of 200 students last year, and if you drive around there, it ain't slowing down. So I'm just cautiously optimistic, and I pray that this is going to project to be accurate and that we don't need any more wings or portables or anything at those two schools. And we're going to see how the cards fall. And I get that it's a moving piece and it's all moving all the time, and we can't come up with a plan that's perfect because we're dealing with humans who come and go all of the time. But I just wanted to I was the one who asked for this to happen now, and so I'm grateful that it did, and I'm grateful the team brought it forward. And that is just my thoughts on the wing at W and X. So I wanted to put that on record.
Okay. Any other board member coming?
Yeah, Madam Chair. Mr. Ayers, just in observing this, a great presentation, I just got a question. I'm looking at the elementary schools in the area. Why wasn't Shady Hill included in this factor?
When we looked at all options. You know, we started this way back before April as we're going through this. And the option that we have in front of us is the best option that, even though it impacts a large number of students, it impacts the least number of students and the least number of schools. And so when we looked at the high growth areas, that's where we focused it on. And so at this point, Shady Hill is not impacted in this plan.
Thank you.
I hadn't actually thought of that. Are these Southern Bellevue Santos kids going to have to essentially drive past Shady Hill to get to Bellevue Santos?
No. Because Shady Hill is north. It's just west or east of the pink zone, and it's north of that.
It's north of the Bellevue Santos zone?
Correct.
Okay, so presumably, other than going to Bellevue Elementary, these farther, because I think the most pain is probably going to come from these far south Bellevue Santos students. So they aren't going to pass any school north of them to head to Bellevue Santos Elementary, other than farther east Bellevue Elementary.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. And the goal here is also the black line that stretches up the middle is Interstate I-75. And so there was a goal or an attempt to try to, correct. Because all those students in the south that are now going to Bellevue Santos did go to Marion Oaks. And so they had to cross over 75 to get to Marion Oaks, that zone.
Okay. Any other questions, comments from the board? Go ahead.
Sure. So first of all, I want to apologize to you, Mr. Ayers, because I haven't spent time with you yet. And so I appreciate that Dr. James has, but I have not. So first comment is going to be specific to something that Dr. James just alluded to. It does appear based on this data that we most likely don't need those wings just yet. But I'm going to echo her sentiment in that what I will be disheartened by as a board member, not is that we need portables in the first year, but that we need portables in the second year.
Well, that too.
Or the third year. Because if we're not forward-thinking enough to say that these brand-new schools that we haven't built in 20 years are not going to need to have expansion almost immediately, then we're doing ourselves a disservice.
Just to be able to address that.
Sure.
The formalized annual rezoning process, we will look at all data. And so we will look to make sure that our current trends are on. There's lots of things that are going to be happening in this country in the next 6 months. And how will that impact growth or not, or positively or negatively? That's why we'll have an annual look at all these schools, all zones throughout the district, to be able to make sure that we can adjust annually and make, accordingly. And
Absolutely. So I appreciate that, because we certainly don't want to overbuild, but we also don't want to underbuild.
And it's I believe it was Dr. James says, human beings, that's a moving target.
Right.
There's so many things that influence, enrollments. And to be able to predict out 4 or 5 years is it's a moving target, so to speak. But I feel confident that the data that we have and the process that we went through are the best that we can do for the students of Marion County.
Well, what we also are aware of from our county growth perspective, with the exception of very few cases, the county commission is not changing the urban growth boundary. And the only places to grow are in Southwest. And so while we work in tandem, understanding where growth is occurring, part of the Benish study identified that as well. I'm grateful that we've started identifying urban growth boundary potentially as a part of how this growth is happening. So that's kind of point one I wanted to address. We are building for the first time in a really long time. We will need to be talking, board, about a Bellevue Santos replacement school. And we've already talked a little bit about Bellevue Elementary replacement school, but Bellevue Santos is going to be bursting at the seams. That's an overcrowded school before we know it, and going to be quickly. So again, apologizing to you for not sitting with you. I know that some of the concerns that we will have when this Elementary X opens are all of those folks who are super close to Hammett Bowen that will be able to cross over a flyover over I-75 to get to Hammett Bowen really quick, but still have to go to Winding. So that part of that pink is a concern to me, just because their proximity to Hammett Bowen will be closer than they are to Elementary X. That's going to be a challenge. We're going to hear it, so we just need to go ahead and anticipate that's going to be coming. I appreciate the Sunrise actually shrinking in this. My overall greater question when we're talking rezoning Marion County Public Schools, because this is the first time, with the exception of last year, so we know what last year was. We did a little bit of targeted rezoning just to try to alleviate some pressure. But now that we are experiencing new building to alleviate some of this overcrowding, we are rezoning for other reasons. will we also be considering any rezoning on the north side at all? And I know that that's a large question, but we do have schools on the northern part of our county that are not at capacity, and that is not a part of this conversation at all today. I mean, we have the Fort McCoy little thing that you're going to fix there, but I believe this board seat wants to have a really large rezoning conversation. It may not happen right now, but as we get into 2026 conversations for new middle school, new high school, I kind of was hoping that we would be talking about rezoning elementary schools, like looking more broadly than just the alleviation of overcrowding in these schools because of these new schools coming online. Because I think that it's tough to take on eating an elephant, and you have to do it one bite at a time, but the elephant still exists, and we've got to eat it. We have to. And so what does that look like big picture? This is our first time to have a conversation about rezoning these schools at all. And I know you guys have been working so hard. Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. Thank you, Mr. Ayers. And I know it's so hard, and I know there's so many factors that we're looking at here. But are we going to see that conversation begin, and when?
Yes, ma'am. Like I had mentioned in the first slide, we're going to have an annual rezoning process that is now going to be formalized. And when we look at that, the entire county will be looked at. So our goal in that committee meeting is to look at current enrollment, current development, capacities of schools, what is the best options, because again, we're all stewards of taxpayer dollars, and we need to do what's best for students. So it's a balancing act. And so we want to make sure that everything is addressed. And
I appreciate that. Thank you for giving that timeline. My concern, again, sitting in this board seat, is that if we're looking at that annually, which we need to be, but I also don't want to say that students who are going to fall into this recommendation will then be moved next time, and will then be moved the next time. And so having a broader conversation sooner rather than later, I don't know if there will be recommendations, since you are beginning in January, if there will be recommendations coming forth to rezone other areas of the county for the 2025-2026 school year that we haven't seen yet. And I would welcome that, frankly, again, I'm speaking individually, but if we're going to be addressing all of this county-wide issue that we have some pockets of our community that have some vacancies in their student seats, and that's impacting other parts of the county.
one of the bigger issues that we do look at is obviously families, we want to impact them as least amount as possible. So rezoning multiple times, multiple ways. Unfortunately, with the amount of growth and the uncertainty, some of that is going to be unavoidable. But I want the board to know that is a paramount consideration that we take into account. I don't think that we could do any rezoning in January, because we need to give not only the community and families, but then the schools time to adjust. So to be able to have rezoning that is approved in, say, January, February, to be effective for that following August, that will be a difficult task. Obviously, anything is look-atable. That's not a word, I apologize. Anything is that we can examine everything. And again, the focus that we will do is what is best for students, best for families of Marion County, and also to be fiduciarily responsible.
Okay, I think that wraps up my questions. I think you've heard my concerns, and this southwest part of our county, we're just going to have to continue, and even southeast to some degree, have to continue to look at what replacement schools look like as potentially we have additional capital funding sources, as we talked about earlier today. So, yeah, that's what I'll leave it at right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Campbell, Dr. James?
I just had one thing to kind of back me up, that I actually missed Mr. Ayers, because you're right, a January 25 conversation is impacting an August 26 start. There's a piece to what she said, because if we did it for August of 25, Dr. Campbell and I would be completely aligned in making it happen, because I do believe we are being fiscally irresponsible with the way we are managing our facilities size-wise on the north end. And I have not been shy about that. There is one, if we're going to proceed in this manner, which I will support the work of staff, my one request then is that we get right now, and our next time this comes up, is what happened at Evergreen fixed. Because that does not impact a lot of students, but when we closed Evergreen and turned Fordham into a school choice, a magnet school, whatever we want to call it, there are kids being shipped to Timbuktu from what Evergreen closed as. And that impacts not a ton of students, but it does impact some. And from a transportation perspective, we have kids getting picked up at 6:05 on the north of 35th Street, south of 326. So they are minutes from the compound, the north compound. They're getting picked up at 6:05 a.m. and getting shipped all the way to Shady Hill. And that is a transportation nightmare, and it's really not what's best for kids at all. So if we're not going to address anything else on the north end before August 26th start, my request would be we at least address what happened when Evergreen closed and rezone those students so that they are going to Oakcrest, they are going to Anthony, they are going to a school that is more appropriate and close proximity to their home, because we could not send to Oakcrest and Anthony at the time because they were failing schools, is my understanding.
correct.
So my request from this board seat, and thank you, Dr. Campbell, for bringing this up, because Mr. Ayers, I apologize, I didn't even think about this when we spoke earlier this week. That would be at least, at a bare minimum, my request from this board seat, that we address that.
Madam Chair, Mr. Ayers, you want to speak to that? I know we've had some conversation about that.
Yes. So yes, we can reexamine that. Understand that when Evergreen closed, there were certain requirements that we needed to follow put on by the Department of Education.
Yes.
So what we'll have to do is we'll have to look at all items to see if those requirements are still in place, and then look at the capacities of the schools and go forward with that. But yes, we can look into that. Yes, ma'am. We can look into that, and when we come back another time, we can present that information for you.
Thank you. I would like to see that as part of a plan for an August 25. That's what this board member would like to see addressed, because it is not what's best for kids, and it is not what's best for transportation.
Trying to remember how many kids were at Evergreen when it closed. There was only a couple hundred from what I remember.
I don't. I hate
Yes,
to
and
be
they
that
got
turn, but it was around
disseminated
500.
out
It was around
to
500.
Saddlewood and Ward Highlands. They all had to go to high-performing schools.
Shady Hill?
Yes, because of the situation. So, but time moves along, and I would agree, Evergreen is a beautiful campus, and it's one of our newer old schools.
Oh, yes.
So it is important in my mind, to have it be fully utilized. And thankfully, Fordham has been very well received, and they're adding students all the time, and it'll be K-3. So I think there is lots of opportunity there. And I look forward to that conversation as well.
Well, and to be clear, I'm not saying send them to Fordham, so I just would like to go on record for that. I think Fordham is a magnet that we have decided is a magnet and is pure for school choice. So I am not saying send them to Fordham. What I am saying is send them to the zoned school that would meet the zoning pattern that is available. And I know for a fact, Oakcrest and Anthony have available seats. And those would be the two closest schools, essentially, that those Evergreen students would have gone to. So I just want to make sure that I was clear in the point I was making. I'm not trying to change what Fordham is. I am trying to send the students who are living in close proximity to other schools to send them there so they are not transported an hour plus one way.
Right. And Oakcrest, their enrollment continues to grow because the school has been coming up, and they, it gets out in the community that they're all highly effective teachers there, so their enrollment has increased quite a bit, hasn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So in my mind, and I know, we're just, what do you call it, throwing spaghetti at the wall? Fordham is developing a very nice reputation, and I know we're looking at that as being a K-3 school, but there's kids in that area, and I would think that if the room is certainly there, that if we continue to grow that and turn it into, what I'm hearing from parents is they don't want to leave. They don't want to leave Fordham. So who knows, maybe that could grow into being an elementary school again, a magnet elementary school that will have very good and high enrollment so that we're not just shifting the pressure. There's availability at Anthony, according to my understanding, and Oakcrest has been growing fast, but, just some things to keep in mind.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Yes.
Mr. Harris, thank you again. This has been a good conversation, lengthy conversation, because it's been needed, and we haven't done rezoning in a long time. So I truly appreciate this, because the community has to know that with this rezoning, it's going to be painful, it's going to be difficult, and there's going to be some uncomfortable conversations and some movement, and but it's going to be an adjustment. And again, the main thing, the main idea, the main topic that has to go forth is that we're doing what's best for kids. And I think if everybody's on the same page with that, we'll be okay. But it is going to be painful, and it's been painful for your department as well, trying to put this together. So thank you guys for that.
You get the phone calls, we do too, but anytime you're talking about moving someone's student, especially if they're very happy in their school and doing well and they love the principal and the teachers, it's the last call you ever want to get as a parent.
In regard to the phone calls, that's a part of my job. It's a double-edged sword, because those are parents that are passionate about their children.
Yes.
And I'm passionate about my own children. And so I'm perfectly willing to have conversations with anybody, especially when they're passionate about their children. So I don't want to say that the phone calls are a negative aspect of my job, because it's a big part of my job, but it's also a job because I understand that parents are passionate, as I am, so.
Absolutely. And, we want them to be advocating for their kids. Anything else from the board? Go ahead, Vice Chair Conrad.
Just one comment that's to bring forward as we're talking about the students that were relocated from Evergreen. When you bring those numbers forward from us and where they are, I'd like to know the portion of the ESE population. I know some of them went to Shady Hill, and they too are on the bus for a very long time in the morning and the afternoon. So if you could separate out those numbers for us so we can see what that population, their needs are, and what would be the closest hub, which I know that's another conversation. It's probably not. So we could see if we can locate them any closer to their home. I'd appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Yes, Board Member James.
I actually have thought of something else, Mr. Ayers. When looking at the Saddlewood zoning pattern, can you go ahead and remind me, in redoing this zoning pattern for Saddlewood, did the northern part, the top right part of this map, get adjusted at all?
The top,
So the farthest northwest corner of the Saddlewood, no, northeast, directions are hard, see geography, we're back to that conversation.
yeah, so if you'll notice on this map that I have on the screen now, the orange up in the north is the new Saddlewood zone. The Saddlewood students that were pulled, or the zone students that will be moved to the new school are in the southeast section.
So there are two things I want to bring up to the board's attention. First, because Ms. Lapierre is a wonderful tour guide, and she loves to take you on tours of her zoning pattern, the principal at Saddlewood. I would like to bring to the board's attention that there are some students whose basically backyard is N.H. Jones. And I would like to make the recommendation that those students who are living in that little nook and cranny, which I cannot highlight for you the street names, but Ms. Lapierre can, so if you sent her an email or phone call, she would be able to provide it. Those students are traveling a much farther distance to go to Saddlewood than they could essentially walk to Dr. N.H. Jones. So I would like to offer to the board that be something we consider. Dr. N.H. Jones is a wonderful school. I realize it is pretty full, but a handful of students isn't going to make a huge difference. And I think that those students should be afforded the opportunity to go to that magnet school since it is essentially in their backyard. So that's my first question.
Can I say something on that?
Yeah,
With that, a few years ago, Mr. Ayers,
I got the apartment complex as my number, that's my number two.
Yeah, a few years ago, you guys did the walk-in area
Yes.
for N.H. Jones.
Yes, sir, it's the
N.H. Jones had,
historic Point Siena Heights neighborhood.
correct. So those kids may actually already live in that walk-in area. And I think at that time, we gave them an option. Has
There
the
were-
option still been open, or?
Before the walk zone was created, the students that lived in that area were transferred to Shady Hill.
Right.
But once we had the walk zone created again, and those went there, parents had the option at that time to attend N.H. Jones or continue to attend Shady Hill. Some chose, quite a few chose to continue to attend, and transportation was provided up through, I think this was the last year that transportation is provided for that. If there's a student currently attending Shady Hill, they could remain after this year, but the parents would be responsible for transportation. But the rest of them have been zoned automatically to Dr. N.H. Jones.
And I'm not even talking about Shady Hill. I'm talking about Saddlewood. So I don't know if this is applicable to what you just said or not, but what I would like is if they are in the walking pattern for Dr. N.H. Jones, then they would not be in this Saddlewood zoning pattern. Is that a correct statement?
The walk zone for Dr. N.H. Jones is specifically defined in the consent decree that we had, which is the historic Poinciana Heights neighborhood. So I would have to look to see the area. I'll get with you after.
Okay.
To find out exactly what area you're talking about and see what can be done.
Well, and I'm going to be honest, if you get with me, I'm going to get with Ms. Lapira, because Ms. Lapira.
Well, I'll call
is-
Ms. Lapierre.
Yes,
Conversation's on.
she's going to be the one that can best articulate where these specific students, and it's not a lot, it's a handful. But she makes a very valid point. Why are we busing them all the way to Saddlewood when they're essentially in a walking distance from Dr. N.H. Jones? So that's my first question. And then my second question is, and I can understand from a school perspective why we did it, but there are two apartments right next door to each other on 27th Avenue. And one of them goes to Saddlewood and one of them goes to College Park. And it's a lot of students. Have we at all looked at, I get why we're separating the apartment complexes. I do understand from a school behavior management perspective why we're doing that. But the Saddlewood bus for that apartment complex actually has to do 2 trips, because I think there's like 150, 180 kids that go from that apartment complex to Saddlewood, which is significant. Is there not another place those students could go, and then we wouldn't have to address all of these other students that are in the pink encroachment into the zoning pattern? Because when I look at this map, all of that southern part, southeast part of the Saddlewood zoning pattern as it's presented is now becoming, who's pink?
Is
Elementary X. Could those students, was that looked at? Okay. And it just doesn't wash out?
You know, like I said before, there's tons of moving parts in this.
Yeah.
It's not as, you know, it's not as simple as just plucking this and out. You'll have to look at demographics of the school. You have to look at, you know, lots of things that are involved in that. But yes, it was looked at, yes.
Okay. So then I stand by, I would love for Ms. Lapierre to give input into those few students who are very close to Dr. N.H. Jones.
Yes, ma'am.
But with that question, those ones that you're talking about, Dr. James, would it be N.H. Jones or College Park?
Well, I don't know. They're literally right next to each other. So right now, the other apartment complex goes to College Park. So the assumption would be that they would both go to College Park, I guess. I don't know. But the reason they were.
You're talking about the 2 apartment complexes on 27th Avenue.
Correct.
Actually, 3.
Oh, there's
2 on
right.
27 and the one around the corner.
Right.
Right. So
Yes, but specifically, I'm talking about the fact that there's a literal line between one apartment complex and the other, and one goes to College Park and one goes to Saddlewood.
We can examine that, and I can get that information.
Because, I mean, the bus literally has to do 2 trips. That's how many kids it is.
Definitely.
So,
That's a rough bus.
yes, and which is why the neighborhoods, the 2 apartment complexes are split, because it would be a significant load for one school to have, I don't know how many bus loads they have to the other apartment, but I haven't talked to Ms. Forsythe about it, but I imagine it's a lot of kids too. And so it's a significant load for any one school to have, which is why Ms. Crawford, actually, when I spoke to her sometime in the spring, was the one who afforded me that historical knowledge, because I think she was at one of the schools when that split occurred and said, you know, from a behavior perspective, it was really necessary to split them. So I don't want to discredit that. I'm just wondering, I was just really wondering if it was a part of the discussion, so.
Right? Vice Chair Conrad, did you have something?
I did not. Just
Okay.
thank you very much, Mr. Ayers.
Go ahead, Board Member Campbell.
Sure, so just to wrap up back, kind of to come back originally to what I was talking about, I think that, at least again from this board seat, I do want us to start addressing some of these concerns, like what Dr. James has highlighted. We have new multifamily units coming online all throughout this county at a rapid pace. And that is impacting us in a different way than we've ever experienced before, because it wasn't a housing type that was approved at the rapid pace that it's being approved now. Whether that's a new Section 8 housing complex that's gone in by Wyoming Park, or some of these other areas that we've been talking about. Our Benish study also told us that our student generation rate shows we have a lot of students in multifamily units, a lot. That changes our conversation. And for the fact that this is really the first time, with the exception of last year in a very small pocket, that we're talking rezoning at all in a very long time, I'm ready for us to have greater conversations. I know, thank you for bringing up the Evergreen Zone. Thank you for bringing up the Dr. N.H. Jones Zone. Because we did create a walking zone for N.H. Jones. That neighborhood is, Poinciana Heights is what Poinciana Heights is. But frankly, that neighborhood perhaps has grown just a little bit more beyond what is known as Poinciana Heights proper. That still is within a walking zone of essentially of N.H. Jones. I know we've never had a zone for Madison Street Academy. That's a whole separate conversation I'm not going to talk about.
Just to reach that briefly, the walk zone for Poinciana Heights was part of the consent decree with the federal government to get us out in a unitary status
Right.
from the desegregation order. So it wasn't a, hey, let's just create a walk zone around this. That was actually in the consent decree, that was mandated.
Absolutely.
That unfortunately we weren't necessarily enforcing, but which we are now.
Right.
That's how that walk
that's
zone was created.
Terrific. From this board seat, I would be okay with expanding that just a bit more, now that we know we have more properties that are online, closer, et cetera. Ocala Springs, significant overcrowding, significant. We know that. Would fixing this evergreen little thing move some of those students? I just think there are, while we have open seats in Oakcrest, Reddick, Collier, we know where we have open seats on the north side. We also have significant overcrowding in Ocala Springs. So anything that we can do to start that conversation sooner, it's going to be tough. Pulling the Band-Aid off is going to be tough. Just like Reverend Cummings said, this is not going to be comfortable. I mean, it's just not, and we know that. So I would prefer having uncomfortable conversations with a lot more people at one time than just this right now, and then this over here later, and then this over here later. Elementary schools need to be rezoned. That's the last conversation I'll have about that.
And I agree with Dr. Campbell. I would prefer to see, I know that we're probably not going to address the 4 big elephants in the room, which are actually the smallest elephants in the room. That is Reddick, Anthony, Spar, and Fesden. But there are other pieces to that puzzle that we could potentially address with some of the capacity availability in other schools and hit it at the same time. I would like to have the conversation at the same time, and then in a year from now, we can have a further conversation about Reddick, Spar, Anthony, and Fesden. That can be a conversation for next year. But there are pieces to this puzzle that need to be addressed, and waiting isn't going to make it any better. The neighborhood next to Ocala Springs, there's new wood on roofs every single day. So, and we know that basically one student comes from every 4 houses, every 4 roofs that go up. That's basically, if you were to make it easy math. So if there's one more board member who's in agreement with me and Dr. Campbell, that would be a majority consensus to be able to see it forward. So I think, Dr. Campbell, is that what you're looking for?
I would love,
All the board have been-
elementary schools need to be rezoned.
I think all of us in
That's the statement.
I am.
I feel like what I'm hearing is that, we have the community's attention right now because of the rezoning that we are doing and the building that we're doing. So the engagement is there. We might as well present the whole picture and then go from there. So I do agree. Even in my own area, Ocala Palms was out there by itself forever with nothing going on. And now we're getting a hotel, it was just approved for the over 300 in the same area where Publix is, and then it was something else, and then it was Trilogy, and now it's Ocala Preserve. Those apartments popped up faster than you could turn around. And so that whole area, that's gonna, what about Howard Middle? What about, the elementary schools, College Park? So we might as well talk turkey because it's gobbling.
Madam Chair, so if I hear the will of the board is to bring back another component and looking at all the other elementary schools not all, but other components of this, including the former Evergreen students. Mr. Ayers, is there anything that you want to add or any?
I think I hear what you're saying.
How long do you think, I know that's a loaded question, I'm sorry.
That is, yeah.
I know it takes a lot of time. Do you
It's-
think we could reasonably expect to come back with some options?
I'm going to have to, I mean, that's a hard timeline to say. I don't think it can come back in August.
Mr. Harris, I just seen it. I just seen some over your head, and I'm looking at Mr. Jacobs' head, and perspiration is coming out of his head as well. So we know this is going to be a heavy lift, but we know that you guys will get it done. So
So without having to say something, without being able to meet that guideline, I'd like to say that we will expedite that, and then I will communicate with Dr. Gullett once we dive into it and look more, because trust me, we've dove into it. That work has already been started, and it's a constant thing that's circling. And so, but to get more definitive information, once I can establish with my staff and others what that timeline will look like, I'll communicate that with Dr. Gullett, and then we can get that to the board.
And we'll share with you, board, where we are. And I would just agree, Mr. Ayers, there's been so much work happening in all these other places. I don't want the board to think that we're not. We're looking at so many moving pieces beyond what you just see here. And, this was the priority right now, to work on getting this done, but there are other pieces, and if the board's ready to bring those things forward, we can go back, look at those, and bring some options back.
thank you, guys.
Sorry, just one, when we did the rezoning a year ago, can you remind us, because that was a shorter than a year's time total. Can you remind us when we started the?
We got that approved in November-ish, and then to do it, because understand, once that the board approves the zone, there's a lot of work
Yeah.
that's done behind the scenes. So to say that work can be done in 2 months is not able to be done. We need at least 6 months of behind-the-scenes work to make sure that everything is up to date, notifications are done to parents, they have the opportunity to do things. So that's where, when I'm saying the annual rezoning process is done for, 16 months in the future, just so that we can make sure that all things are done appropriately.
But arguably, there is still time in the 2024 calendar year to address things beyond this, to follow the same timeline we followed a year ago when we rezoned.
I would say, yes, that's a possibility.
Okay.
I don't want to be held to, because once we dive into it, it's a lot. And what I can tell you to do is that we will do our best to address the concerns, to also address the concerns, what's best for students. And then we will be in constant communication to let you know where we are and what we're doing, so that we can meet the most expedited timeline that we can.
You always are, and you always do.
I would be remiss to say, yes, this is going to happen right now.
Oh,
when
absolutely.
Not anything, so.
Thank you.
Yes, thank
You
you.
got a few more gray hairs, Mr. Harris.
Hey, it's all good.
Stan, pat your head, Stan, pat your head.
Actually, I do have a little bit of input on this, and it's a little bit of a different perspective in terms of concern and fear, I would say. I am thrilled that we're getting brand-new elementary schools for a good chunk of kids. They're going to have brand-new classrooms to learn in, brand-new cafeterias to eat in, brand-new building to be in. And that's wonderful. But we can't turn our eyes away from these schools that have had portable cities for years. So I have a little different perspective, whether or not portables go to the new elementary schools, because in my mind, everything else is new. So if they go to a portable for art, for specials or something like that, that's not really a major concern for me. It's a reality, I think, is what I see coming. But what I am very concerned about is having the funding to continue to maintain what we have and finally follow through on our promise to not have Maplewood have a portable city, for Ward Highlands to not have a portable city, for Fort King Middle School to not have a portable city. And in the meantime, they're sitting in degraded buildings, and we're talking about, continuing to have the best of the best only in 2 spots. I just think there's a disparity there that I'm not comfortable with. And we spent time talking about funding sources earlier. You know, PICO funds were on landlines. How many of us have landlines anymore? We advocated for repealing whatever landline tax there was and replacing it with the same tax on cell phones to try to get some capital funding going. Well, that was a non-starter. Another thing I hear about all the time is what happened to the lottery money? Talk about the biggest bait and switch ever. You know, and it distresses me as a taxpayer to sit up here and say, okay, well, we need the 1 mil because there's not enough coverage to do what we know we need. We need a 0.5-cent sales tax now because there's not enough coverage to do what we need. It's frustrating. You know, it says in our Constitution of the state of Florida that we're supposed to be providing for a good public education system, and I used to know it verbatim. I can't retrieve it at the moment, but I'd be glad to share it with anybody, because we already have a real capital funding problem. And if this continues to get married to who's going to support or not support the sales tax, I think the writing's on the wall. Because what are the better options? And if we have better options, what is the actual chance of those better options coming our way, considering the immediate needs that we know that we have? So that's kind of where I am with this. I am thrilled that we're providing these new schools, but my focus is also on taking good care of our older schools and continue to have those be as habitable as possible to provide the education that we know our kids deserve. Chair. Yeah.
Chair, thank you so much for those comments. I wanted to piggyback on what you said by using some information we received from Orange County Public Schools. I'm not sure how many of you went to the FSBA session that we had where the Orange County representative and the member from the Realtors Association was there. Not sure if they shared the same information with you that they did in the session that I was in. But one eye-opening statistic from Orange County specifically, and so I'm not going to speak to Marion County, I'm going to speak to Orange County. More than 20 years ago was whenever they went out and asked their community for a sales tax for specifically building and replacing schools. At that time, they had school buildings that were more than 30 years old on average. 35, I think, more than 35 years old on average. And their graduation rate in Orange County Public Schools was 45%. This year, they are going out for a renewal on their sales tax specific for capital funding. And this year, the average age of their school buildings is around 18 years, and their graduation rate, I think, was 97%.
There's a correlation.
So that's what I'm going to say about that.
All right. Hate to be the one that took the bloom off the rose, but you might as well, you know, acknowledge the obvious. Yes, the board has definitely made it clear how much we appreciate you and your department. Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. You know, it's big stuff. The community's not used to it. You know, we were stagnant for a very long time. We haven't had to do any rezoning. We haven't had to talk about any of this. So it's a big shift for everybody, but folks are talking about it. They're paying attention. So let's just go ahead and lay it out there. That's what I say. All right. Anything else? Okay.
Public comment.
Yep. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't any more school board comment. All right. Is there any public comment? All right. Seeing none, because we had a couple of items that were removed from today's agenda, we're running a little bit hot. So we may want to go ahead and take our lunch break now.
Yeah, that would be my recommendation, and then start at 12. I know that there are people who are interested in participating, and we had said 12 as like a kind of a time.
Yep, and I think we'll be close to meeting that. We talked about breaking for a half hour, but we didn't take a bathroom break, so we'll reconvene at 12 noon. Sound like a plan? All right, we'll go into recess. It is 11:15 a.m. Thank you.
Okay, clear.
afternoon, everyone. The school board work session for today is back in session at 12 noon. And we will continue to our last item on today's work session agenda. Dr. Gullett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Again, good afternoon now. I'm going to have Ms. Dobbins come forward. As a reminder, this is an update from the conversation we had on June 25th regarding procurement processes, procedures, recommendations that we've received, and where we are right now and what our next steps are. So without further delay, Ms. Dobbins, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair Thur, Vice Chair Conrad, board members, Superintendent Dr. Gullett. Today I will be providing updates for each of the recommendations that were provided in the consultant report conducted by Attorney Brian Williams and the investigative report conducted by Attorney Julie Zulte. As noted in both reports, the MCPS facility policies and procedures manual and school board policies related to the procurement of construction and construction-related services is in full compliance with applicable Florida law, administrative rules, state requirements for educational facilities, and the terms and conditions of our solicitation documents. The recommendations contained in the report are consistent with the early findings of the investigative report and represent suggestions on ways to improve MCPS procurement selection process. They are not meant or intended to imply that the current process is deficient or in non-compliance with current law. Recommendation number 1 is to enhance existing scoring language in the request for qualifications by adding a link to the specific evaluation forms or by making them available on our current website. Our update is the Facilities Department completed this recommendation by adding a link to any future request for qualifications in the selection process for construction projects, and we'll be adding the documents to the website as well. And of course, as the work continues and we have recommendations from the committee that are approved, we will also keep that link and website up to date. Recommendation number 2 is to ensure training is being provided to selection committee members prior to the release of the RFQ and prior to the scoring of submittals and interviews. As stated in the report, MCPS goals should be to identify members who will conduct themselves professionally and not use their position within the organization to influence other members of the committee. In addition to vetting potential committee members for potential bias and conflicts of interest, the designated procurement staff responsible for the solicitation should provide the selection committee with a scoring and evaluation rubrics, detailed information pertaining to the scope and nature of the project, copies of the relevant solicitation documents, board policies, and Florida statutes. In addition, that all of this information is reviewed in a training session prior to publishing the RFQ. It is also recommended that all selection committee members be required to sign a document indicating their understanding of the cone of silence. Our update for recommendation number 2 is the Facilities Department has developed a cone of silence acknowledgement form and a confidentiality and conflict of interest form. These forms will be required to be signed by each selection committee member during a selection committee training that will take place prior to the posting of the RFQ. In that same meeting, each member will be given information on the applicable scoring and evaluation rubrics, detailed information pertaining to the scope and nature of the projects, copies of all relevant solicitation documents, and relevant board policies. Prior to the review of submittals for applicants, and again prior to the interviews, each selection committee member will be trained on the criteria to be evaluated, scoring application, and final decision procedures. Each selection committee member will have to sign an acknowledgement of understanding for the scoring and evaluation of applicants and the steps of the procurement process through to selection committee tabulation of scores and final decision. At all 3 trainings, Each selection committee member will be reminded of the cone of silence. Recommendation number 3 states that the board should strongly consider adopting and/or incorporating a provision into its ethics and/or procurement policies which addresses the involvement of the school board members on procurement selection panels. School board members' participation on the procurement selection panels raises multiple issues which may impact both the transparency and validity of the procurement process, in addition to raising concerns involving the appearance of impropriety, as well as concerns pertaining to potential conflicts of interest. To avoid these issues, all school board employees, including but not limited to the school board members, should avoid participating in the procurement selection process if doing so would be in violation of the Code of Ethics for public officers and employees. Should the district continue to deviate from the MCPS established processes regarding construction-related procurement, it is strongly encouraged district staff, superintendent, and school board seek guidance from the school board attorney, staff attorney, and that an advisory opinion from the Florida Commission of Ethics be obtained prior to the commencement of the solicitation process. Attorney Williams goes on to provide suggested policy language and recommends adoption of a policy that specifically addresses board member participation on procurement selection committees. As for the update, this recommendation is specific to the school board and will require school board action. For recommendation number 4, it is strongly recommended that the school board, superintendent, and district staff strictly adhere to existing policies and procedures, and that should changes become necessary, they are properly vetted through all relevant stakeholders, including the legal department. Attorney William goes on to make recommendations in regards to local preference. Our update is that district staff agree that the facility procurement procedures need to be strictly adhered to, and when the committee makes changes that they are updated in the manual and on the webpage immediately. As for local preference, the Procurement Procedures Committee will be reviewing and making a recommendation on the process. For recommendation number 5, MCPS scoring and evaluation criteria should be frequently analyzed by district staff and updated to guarantee the effectiveness of the procurement selection process. Our update is that district staff agree that the Facility Procurement Procedures Committee should include a diverse group of stakeholders. The committee will seek input from the various district departments such as facilities, technical services, purchasing, business services, as well as individuals serving in procurement positions in local governmental agencies and business owner representation. For recommendation number 6, the recommendation is that MCPS create a purchasing position specifically dedicated to facilities and operational solicitations. It is recommended that someone from the purchasing department facilitate the scoring and evaluation processes on all district procurement, including construction. Our update is that district staff is exploring the possibility of reallocating a district staffing unit to oversee the construction procurement process and consider moving the process to be under the purchasing department. Recommendation number 7, the recommendation is that the district consider throwing out high and low scores during its selection process, as well as incorporating a rotational process to diversify the individuals who participate on the selection panels. The Facilities Procurement Procedures Committee will take this recommendation into consideration. Recommendation number 8 is in regards to board policies. While MCPS has an established policy regarding the cone of silence, it is recommended that the district consider revising all procurement policies, including but not limited to those related to construction or construction-related professional services, to include specific reference to the cone of silence as provided in state statute. It is further suggested that Board Policy 6324 be amended to specifically reference RFQs or the selection process associated with the Consultants Competitive Negotiation Act. As for the update, the district staff agrees with these policy recommendations, and the district will bring proposed policy to the board for consideration at the next policy review. For recommendation number 9, it is recommended that MCPS develop a comprehensive debarment procedure to address the actions of vendors who have violated federal, state, and board policy. Our update is that district staff agree with the policy recommendations, and the district will bring proposed policy to the board for consideration at the next policy review. Recommendation number 10 is for the consideration of adopting a small business enterprise policy. Small business enterprise programs have proven to be a highly effective alternative to minority and women-based enterprise programs, and when structured appropriately, have resulted in a significant increase in equitable distribution of work amongst local small businesses. Our update is the Facility Procurement Procedure Committee will take this recommendation into consideration. The following are the recommendations from the investigative report conducted by Attorney Julie Zulte from Gray Robertson's firm. Attorney Williams concurs with the substantiated findings regarding violations of the Cone of Silence and with all recommendations provided specific to the selection process for procurement of construction services. In that report, investigative report, the following were recommended: that interviews be audio recorded, a moderator who is a non-voting member of the committee, clear instructions prior to the start of the interviews be given on the Cone of Silence and also on scoring and the rubric. All committee members remain in the room until all scores are collected. The scoring be calculated and announced with all committee members present, and another final instruction be given on the Cone of Silence prior to all of the committee members dismissing. Our update from the staff is moving forward, all construction project selection process procurement will be audio recorded and facilitated by a non-voting staff member. All selection committee members will remain in the room until all scores are collected, calculated, and announced. Prior to dismissal of the selection committee following the scoring of interviews, a reminder will be given of the acknowledgement that each member gave in regards to the Cone of Silence. As previously stated in recommendation number 2, the Facilities Department has developed a Cone of Silence acknowledgement form and a confidentiality and conflict of interest form. These forms will be required to be signed by each selection committee member during a selection committee training that will take place prior to the posting of the RFQ. In that same meeting, each member will be given information on the applicable scoring and evaluation rubrics, detailed information pertaining to the scope and nature of the project, copies of all relevant solicitation documents, and relevant board policies. Prior to the review of the book submittals for applicants, and again prior to the interviews, each selection committee member will be trained on the criteria to be evaluated, scoring application, and final decision procedures. Each selection committee member will have to sign an acknowledgement of understanding for the scoring and evaluation of applicants and the steps of the procurement process through to selection committee tabulation of scores and final decision. At all 3 trainings, each selection committee member will be reminded of the Cone of Silence. Those are all of the recommendations, and our next portion is talking about the high school, but Chair, if you wish to pause and have discussion, I'll take direction from you.
Thank you, Ms. Dobbins.
Prior to that, may I just inquire a couple things, Ms. Dobbins? Ms. Dobbins, to provide some background, can you tell me, for the board's input here as they factually consider some things, what percentage of our construction projects to date have gone to local construction firms?
So in the last 20 years, so going back 20 years, When we talk about projects that are above the 4 million, which goes through this exact selection process, 70% of those projects have gone to local firms, construction management firms.
We have 2 elementary school construction projects going on right now, right?
That is correct.
And with our construction management selection process, they obviously are going to hire subcontractors who would have employees within their local community. How many local subcontractor companies, if you know this, have been employed through this process here for those numbers?
I actually do know that because your biggest impact on local business comes from the subcontractors, not the construction management firm. So the subcontractors that we have for both elementary schools to date are 20 different local businesses that then in turn most likely have local workers. Each trade is different, like one trade could have 5 workers on site, a different subcontractor trade may have 10 workers on site. But as far as companies that are employed through the subcontractor, there are 20 that are local.
Now, in my reading, it looks like we've built 6 schools since 2004?
Yes.
Is that about right?
Yes.
And then we've had some major remodeling of at least one other school?
Yes.
How many of those projects have gone to sort of the same group of local vendors that we have had?
So all 6 new schools between that time were given to the exact same company. The other project was given to a local vendor as well that was part of the 6 new schools as well. So 100% local, 100%, well, 6 of the 7 were the exact same company.
And then you and I have talked about this, so it's nothing, this particular next question. But why is it that we have a policy or a procedure regarding equitable distribution? I mean, what's the purpose of that?
Thank you, Attorney Powers. According to the Florida Statute 287.055, it states, "We shall consider the volume of work previously awarded to each firm with the object of effecting an equitable distribution of contracts." So it's statutorily driven.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Attorney Powers. Dr. Gullett, is there anything that you wanted to say and wrap up before we discuss?
No, I don't think so, Madam Chair. I think we've covered. I provided my recommendations last time. I think I will say, yes, the committee that I said I absolutely think is important, and I think, and I said this last time, to include our stakeholders in a conversation of what's best for Marion County. I will just reiterate, I said that last time publicly, and I'll say that again. And so I think the committee is a big part of this moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll open it up to the board. Who'd like to lead us off?
Okay, I'll start.
Go ahead, Mr. Conrad.
Ms. Dobbins, thank you very much for your work, your time, and your effort that's gone into this presentation. I'm going to start at the beginning because I actually have quite a few questions, so I'm going to start with recommendation 1. I will say when I made the request, this isn't exactly what I was asking for. This really just kind of reiterates the investigation that was presented to us, and what I really want, and hopefully we can have at a later date, is a walkthrough of this process with the documents included so we can see, so I can see as a board member, what this process looks like from start to finish. So I hope in the future that we'll be able to do that, hopefully before we start another building project. Okay, recommendation number 1, list and scoring the evaluation criteria. If I'm not mistaken, the information that Dr. James shared with us on Tuesday night showed that we've made some mistakes in that area in the previously. Is that the case?
So yes and no, we indeed have. So basically, the documents shared was the letter that is sent to the firms that are interviewing. And the scoring criteria on that letter did not match what every firm received in the RFQ. So if you go back to the RFQ that each firm receives, it specifically, I won't say specifically, it highlights the score and it highlights the volume of work that you do with Marion County and how that's applied in the interview process. So no, those two documents did not match. But what I would like to say is there an understanding of the scoring process by the firms, the construction firms? And I'll leave you with this. In October of '23, we received a letter from one of our local construction firms. And in that letter, they are withdrawing from the Osceola Middle School gym project. And this is exactly what they write one of their reasons to be. They say there are two main reasons for this. First, and again, this is from the construction company. First, in the general information section of the request for qualifications, it clearly states the final selection process score will be based on a full value of the score from the interview process, plus a score given for the volume of work previously awarded with the objective of effecting an equitable distribution of contracts. And they add emphasis to that. So they were withdrawing because they understood that we were applying an equitable amount of work across our district. They clearly understood that scoring, and they withdrew in hopes that their work with Marion County didn't impact them on future sites. That same company who bid for the new high school, even if you removed the 2 points that were given to the other firms for not having as much work in Marion County, even if you remove those 2 points, that firm, Wharton Smith, still would have won, even if we threw out the 2 points. I'd also like to say that the exact same process with the exact same scoring that we used to determine our 2 construction management companies for the elementary schools was the exact same process we're talking about with all the exact same documentations. And the local company won, given the exact same scoring portions to it.
Okay, so I think that you might have misunderstood my question. And so what I'm looking at is a document we were given Tuesday night at the conclusion of our board meeting. And to me, unless I'm misunderstanding what's been presented, is the scoring criteria that we advertised we were going to score with does not match our scoring sheet. And to me, that makes me feel like that is illegal. If we advertise that we're going to score on a 120-point system, and then our scoring sheet has a 15-point system, that's what I'm asking to be explained.
It's still all the same content. The points were different levels, but again, in the RFQ, it states how the scores are generated in the sense of the interview and the previously awarded. The 2 documents, clearly there are mistakes, I'm not denying that, but does it change the results of the committee? No, it does not. And did the firms that interviewed understand what their 2 points, what their scoring was done? Clearly in the letter from one of them, they understood that we weight the amount of work with Marion County Public Schools.
Okay, and the lens that I have on right now is making sure that Marion County is doing the right thing all the time. And so I'm going to defer to Attorney Powers, and if you can shed some light on that. Is it legal for us to advertise 1-point system and then score with another point system?
I'm not clear that that's actually entirely correct. I don't think that, our RFQ, as I understand it, had our points system explained. We, in the criteria that ultimately resulted, I believe the exact same weighting system was used, though they did it on a different scale. I think that, if I'm understanding, it's like whether you measured it in Fahrenheit or centigrade. They're both translatable to the end. Now, I don't know, I don't know that to be accurate because I can't comment on the factual detail of the differences between the two. I don't know that except from what has been discussed here just recently. What I do know is that so long as the process, every vendor within the process gets the details that they understand of how they're going to be graded. If the grading process is arbitrarily and capriciously changed to the degree that it then affects an outcome, then that is an argument for someone to make that the process was inaccurate and incorrect. If, however, the same result is there, it's just a matter of the scale, are we calling it a 10-point scale or are we calling it a 100-point scale? If that's what happened, then it doesn't matter. A 10 equals a 1.
Okay, but
However, if that's not true, then it does matter. So that's a factual thing that I would defer to the explanations that are given by facilities.
okay, and so, Ms. Dobbins, then, what would be the reason why we would change during the process? Okay, so let's just say it doesn't matter. Just going to go with that, so it doesn't matter. But why would we do that in the middle of a process?
So we didn't do it in the middle of a process.
Okay,
So the scoring was changed 3 years ago. And we have done 8 different selection processes using this method. What changed that was a situation where, in conjunction with Attorney Powers, I think you'll recall this, we had, number one, we had concerns when I first took over this job. There were concerns brought to me that we were giving too much work to certain local businesses. And the word local wasn't even included in it. It was just that they kept seeing the same construction companies getting the projects. And so I was tasked in reviewing that. When I reviewed that information of that specific company that was brought to me, I didn't find that they were receiving an overabundance of distribution of work. So we actually rejected that company and we went to number 2. Well, of course, that number 1 raised a lot of legal concerns. That's where we looped in Attorney Powers. And ultimately, what was our procedure of changing it to going to number 2 was legal, but the advice was that moving forward, we needed a more objective way to measure the local preference, because when you look at statute, there is a clear emphasis on local preference, on distribution of projects. So that's where it changed. Moving forward, we've done this process 8 times with all the same content. So even if you throw out the mathematical, all the same content, all of the same procedure, and 8 times we didn't have an issue until the high school.
well, from this board's member seat, I've never seen these papers before until someone brought them forward. Dr. James happened to bring them forward. And so this is one of my concerns about the board not being aware of the procedures. And so when I look back, give me 1 second so I can give you the right date. When I look back to April 22nd in 2022, I wasn't on the board at this time. Don Browning sat in the seat. But we spent over $82,000 with Neola to have procedures and policies available to our community, to our staff members, and to our board members. And so I'm struggling with these procedures changing during a process, and nobody is aware of it. Like it's just happening internally, and we have no way of monitoring as the board who's ultimately responsible for the end process. So what's the best way for us to be aware of these procedures? Are there plans to upload these to board docs?
So the procedures are on the website. However, I will say that the facilities department has spoken to the board several times. Of the most recent, it would have been September 1st of '23 when we approved the construction managers for School X and School W, in which the then supervisor of facility stood at the podium and explained that procedure. But Ms. Conrad, I am more than happy. We are not trying to hide anything. Procedures, if you want to know every single procedure that's in facilities, then let's sit down and go over those procedures. I'm not saying procedures aren't in need of improvement. I don't know of a department in Marion County Public Schools that couldn't be improved. But to the point, we've had 2 attorneys look at this and look at all of the documents, and even the documents that were shared to you on Tuesday, all of the RFQs, and have no findings of it not being a legal process. We have findings of needing to improve the process. So if part of improving the process is more transparency with the procedures, I am all open to what you and the board would like that to look like. If you want, there's a flow chart that's long-standing on the website that gives you a generic walkthrough. We're more than happy to do a work session or one-on-one briefings, because the process is very lengthy and very in the weeds. And it's a matter of how far in the weeds do you want to go.
Well, and Ms. Dobbins, I would point out that you've actually had 4 attorneys look at it, and that was my predecessor and myself, prior to 2 other attorneys looking at it here,
Yes.
all determining it to be a valid and legal process as stated. I think the only question that is now just being talked about is the question of what, not necessarily what was in the procedure, but when the RFQ was presented to firms, did they have the same information upon which they were ultimately judged?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Then,
More specific, though. Not the same information, the same scoring system. Points, the same numerical number, because numbers matter when it comes to 2 points. 2 points is far more significant when 15 is the denominator than when 150 is the denominator. So what I'm asking, and if you could please clarify, was the number, the numerical number in the first initial publication, the same as the numerical number that was used on the score sheet?
and that I don't know the answer.
So I'm asking you to ask that question. Not was the information the same?
Okay, I think you just asked that question.
Okay.
Absolutely, absolutely. So in the RFQ, we don't break down the number of scoring points on the interview, so the scale on the interview. What we do is link it to documents where they can see if I have this amount of work with Marion County, I get 1 point, 2 points, 0 points. If I have an overall in the past 10 years, this amount of work, I have these points. And then it walks them through how those are applied. As far as whether we count that as 10 points, 50 points, or any other points, that was listed incorrectly on the letter they received that gave them the date of their interview.
Vice Chair Thrower, I just want to share something with the board since we're discussing the document I provided. Is that possible? I'm sorry, Vice Chair Conrad. I was looking at Chair Thrower. I'm sorry.
Sure.
So it's very important for the board to understand that the only reason this even was brought forward, because when you interview, and we have some contractors in our audience who have interviewed with us, when you interview with Marion County Public Schools for a project, you do not receive your score sheet unless you do a public records request for the score sheet. So the reason this didn't become an issue until it became an issue was because every firm was operating with the understanding that the information that was provided in the letter was the information that was used on the score sheet. It then became aware when a singular firm drew questions that the information in historical projects had disparity. And that is the piece of information that's missing from here, because 2 points, when you are looking at over 100 points total, is significantly less impactful than 2 points of 15 points. And so that is the piece of information that is so important, and the reason I handed this to all of you on Tuesday so that you would have for today, that is the part of this puzzle that you all need to understand. The firms do not see the score sheets. So the firms would have no way of knowing that the score sheet didn't reflect the letter until they did a public records request or requested it from the department themselves. So they didn't know it changed, fundamentally.
Correct, which is why I'm struggling with our lack of availability of procedures. So in this investigation, they referenced Miami-Dade, and last time I brought just the cover, but I'm a very visual person. Miami-Dade has 61 pages of procedures, please pass them down, for their procurement process. They are available for anyone to view and review. We don't, there's not for everybody.
Didn't I have a copy?
Oh, I'm so sorry, Nancy. And this is why I keep touching on the part of the procedures. And because as I go through these recommendations, every time I read policy, I added procedure. Because although we were found to we were not doing anything illegal, when I look through this through the lens of the growth that we are experiencing and the schools that we hope to build in the near future, I want it to be done right, and I want to be part of that process in making sure that it's done right. And so I'm asking myself, if we do a better job in our procedures, which 10 or 11 of these slides, that's what they say we need to do. We've got room to improve our procedures, then some of these mistakes wouldn't be happening. And so that's where I'm headed. If we improve our procedures, we make them available to everyone, are we going to make less mistakes?
Can I ask, since we haven't seen the document, could you read the title of the document you distributed?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Procedures for the Selection of Construction Management and Program Management Service, and you're welcome.
Thank you. So, again, you're using the word mistake. I don't think we made a mistake. I think Wharton Smith and that committee knew that Wharton Smith was the best group to build that high school. Do we have room for improvement? Absolutely, yes. These procedures that we have are currently now on our webpage thanks to this. I mean, this has shined some light on things we do absolutely have to improve. However, would we have never distributed those procedures, had someone inquired? Absolutely not. We do have a flow chart that's been up there for at least a year and a half that walks you through the process. It doesn't go into the weeds of the process, but it walks you through the process. So again, I don't think we've made a mistake. I think there's discrepancies, but I don't think those discrepancies really truly impact the result of who was selected. I will say that Dr. James respectfully speaks of all firms. So my question have you asked all firms? Because I believe one of those firms have requested their previous score sheets and saw that the 2 points were at it way before the high school, but they had no issue because they were awarded one of the elementary schools.
And really, that's
I know.
That's null and void to me, because I don't care if it's John's Lawn Service that we're talking about, if they're working in Marion County. I want every single local contractor to have the best chance possible, and I want to make sure that we are doing our part to make sure that we are legally and procedurally doing what we need to do to move the process forward.
And I agree with you 100%.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Anything else for slide one?
Chair, if I could speak to this specifically, since you don't have this in front of you. So it appears, and again, I'm just going to try to clarify potentially, and Vice Chair, if I'm misstepping here, please let me know. But it appears to me what Miami-Dade has included in their procedures is their scoring criteria. And perhaps that's what is part of the challenge that we haven't had. I know certainly getting our procedures up online is terrific. I know we have identified, I'm going to use a completely separate illustration, but we have identified at times in the letters that go home with our students with disciplinary infractions in their expulsion hearings have not included accurate information. We've identified that, we've corrected that. I don't know prior to us receiving these letters on Tuesday evening if that change in that letter, in that specific section that you may just go back to the template, you're changing the names of the people and the times, but you may not be making the changes actually to the full document. I don't know, I'm not putting words in your mouth, I'm just thinking out loud on how we've identified things in the past that have been templates that needed correcting, and with no one ever highlighting the correction needed, it just continued to remain a template. I don't know if that's the case. It's possible. So if the RFQ was always accurate, but then the letter that went home wasn't, then maybe the challenge is with the letter. But I did want to make you aware that in the middle of their procedures, they do have section 4, which is specific to criteria for evaluation and scoring, and it has, I don't know, 5, 6, 7, I don't know how many pages there are here, but it specifically lays out the points that are awarded for each of these individual criteria, and that is listed in their procedure manual. So I don't know that we have that. I haven't clicked on every one of these links yet. Perhaps it's there, but because this is all in one comprehensive document, it's easy instead of clicking on the 6 or 7 different links that we have.
Thank you. Can I reply just to give you more information on that? You're absolutely right. So when we changed the procedure in the RFQ, the template for the letter didn't get changed. And unfortunately, I don't see those letters. Now I will.
Right.
And so yes, those letters have to be changed. And also, as you've seen in the recommendations, they're saying you can solve this real easy. Put a link in the RFQ that links to all the documents and all of the scoring rubrics and everything. So that is something that we have. We've adjusted the RFQ template for future because we're on hold right now, to have that link directly go to those documents and to the rubric as is right now, because we still have to go to the committee and talk about all of the other recommendations that are going to be driven by that committee. And when those changes take place, then everything will be updated.
Is it accurate to say that either way it would or would not have made a difference in the high school CCC?
If what? I'm sorry.
Which set of criteria they were looking at?
I don't believe that the amount of points, the mathematical part of the criteria, had any impact on the results of the content that was provided. So in other words, that letter that comes forward when you're interviewed, so if I'm company CC, and I get that letter that I'm going to interview, although it has mathematical here, the content of what's being judged is the same. It just has a different point system. So they're being judged on the content, given a certain amount of points. But it needs to match, I mean, clearly. So again, we've got to make these changes. We've got to make it all align. But you asked me, did I feel like it made a difference? Barb Dobbins says it doesn't make a difference. I think 7 people sitting at that table made the right decision.
So Chair, just as a continuation of this thought, and then I'll leave this specific thought. The thing that is most disconcerting to me, since we're speaking specifically about the information we received from Dr. James on Tuesday evening, the thing that is most disconcerting to me as a board member who's been a part of making changes to templates is that there was a template letter that we now have a copy of from August of 2021 that no one ever told us was wrong. And so that template continued to be used in the other examples of 2023 and 2024. So that's what's most disconcerting to me as someone who wants to make sure we're getting this done right. If we had corrected it back when someone first identified that it was incorrect, then we wouldn't be here today,
Which
frankly.
tells me we are lacking some procedures.
We are, but someone received this letter.
But they didn't know it was wrong because they never see the score sheet. So if they don't see the score sheet, until they saw the score sheet, they didn't know it was wrong. And then when they did receive the score sheet after the elementary schools, the 2 points didn't matter then. So it wasn't a big deal because the firm that we're discussing had the most points without the 2-point differential. They won the raw score. So again, it didn't matter. And we awarded to 2 different firms. So it wasn't valuable information then. And the score sheets aren't readily available, so we don't know. They didn't know.
Sure. They didn't know.
And I appreciate that. I appreciate that continued feedback on that. The other piece that I will state is I'm grateful that we now have independent investigations that tell us to look to Miami-Dade. I don't know how many schools they've built in the last year, but I guarantee it's dozens in the last 5 years at least. So this is not a situation Marion County has been in the last decade. And so I too am grateful that we are a part of making sure we get it right. It's unfortunate that we had some missteps along the way to get us to where we are. The last thing I want to have happen is we have construction projects that are currently underway. And if we throw out this process today completely, do we have to stop what we currently have in process? Because essentially we'll be invalidating what we've used already for construction that's currently underway. And that's my biggest concern about what this conversation is going to be. Because we have additional projects, whether it's an Osceola Middle School gym or 2 elementary schools or whatever's going on. I'm concerned that if we throw it out, we're going to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Okay. Anyone else? Slide 1.
Should we just go recommendation by recommendation, Chair
That-
Thrower?
that's-
That might be
that's how I have
easier
my
since,
information organized.
Yes,
okay.
the way she was leading.
Recommendation 2, providing training to selection committee prior to release of solicitation. And so my concern here is that there were many errors made by many people, district, staff, contractors, community members, the whole 9 yards. And so when I was reading over this recommendation, the first thing I thought of is just an analogy. When we do state testing at school, we have to go in for training right before state schools, and we have to sign that we understand all of the things that we have to do when we're, proceeding with state testing. I have to sign a release stating I'm going to follow all those rules. So I was kind of surprised that we didn't have that.
Your mic went
They
out.
have gone out.
I was surprised that we did not have that procedure already in place for the cone of silence. And I do see that that's being corrected. It's in your recommendation. But I find it very difficult to hold people accountable, district staff, community members, contractors, all of the above, when we did not do due diligence in reviewing the cone of silence before, during, or after this process. And in the investigation on page 20, by all accounts, notes of the committee, by all accounts, none of the community members were given any instruction on the code of silence. And that just gives me great pause, that was a big misstep for us. I know we have not been doing a lot of building, and we're trying to get back into building new schools. We're hopeful that we're going to get to do this, but I struggle with that we did not inform people of the process. And so that's just something I want to make sure that is corrected.
Yes, ma'am, as recommended, as you see on the update, those things are already in process of being corrected. I do want to say that, yes, we failed to inform staff members, but firms were completely aware of the cone of silence.
And I also wanted to note that there was more than one contractor that did break the cone of silence, and that's not really been discussed in further conversations. And so I just say that I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus, but there was a lot of miscommunication that happened during this process, and I think having 2 contractors break the code of silence shows us that we didn't do our job. Anyone else?
No, I'm not aware of a second contractor, so that,
It's in the investigative report.
I'll make sure I look at that again. I didn't see that.
I concur. Vice Chair Conrad. The investigation did specifically state that there was no reminder about that cone of silence. But I do see in, Ms. Dobbins, in your update, that is included of being told before, after, and during the process. So I think you're remedying that by your update.
I have a question. This might be for Attorney Powers. Is the cone of silence mentioned anywhere in these documents, as our potential bidders come forward? What do they receive that would have anything speaking to the cone of silence on it? Or maybe it's a Barb question. Because to me, that seems
The cone of silence for
elementary.
any construction firm that submits a submittal is in their RFQ, specifically spelled out to the statute.
Okay, I'm sorry, Ms. Dobbins, could you say that again?
Yes, ma'am. So in the RFQ, that when we request for qualifications, meaning we post it, and now construction companies that are pre-qualified are now going to submit their book, we call it a submittal, to the facilities department. In that RFQ, it outlines the cone of silence.
Okay, so you're saying it's available to them to read, and so the piece that we're adding is we're going to add a signature that says, we swear that we read this.
We're adding this to the staff side.
Okay,
We have
It's already there for the
Firms.
contractors.
Thank you.
okay.
Contractors, there's sophisticated parties who engage in these kind of contracts, and it's within their RFQ. They know the cone of silence. Anyone who is going to bid on a public contract, besides the fact that going into it before any other information's put out there, they know the cone of silence issues before they start. Once they start, we get an RFQ, the RFQ documents do also outline the cone of silence. And the cone of silence violations that the investigations seem to give committee members, all committee members, kind of a pass on because they may not have been really aware of them. The report indicated that that was not true of the contractors, that these were relatively egregious violations, that these were not accidental, these were quite far beyond. That's at least the language that the report uses. So it's, as to staff, the investigative report did seem to indicate that the staff should have, that the staff should have been better informed of the cone of silence. But cone of silence is a board policy. Our board policy does indicate that staff can be punished for not following the cone of silence. However, the investigative report indicated that it appeared that all committee members were acting, honestly and on the best behalf of the district, but simply failed at that. Whether it was an individual failure, whether it's simply that they had not been indicated or trained on the cone of silence, that was an issue that the investigative report addressed and said that they simply didn't know. Now, as to contractors, might be a different matter. At least the investigative report found it to be a different matter. So I don't think that the investigative report indicated that any staff had acted improperly regarding code of silence.
Yeah, I don't think it did either. And so,
But we clearly should have made
a better
cone of
effort.
silence a training opportunity for everyone before they participated in a committee.
Agreed, I agree.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you for
And
that.
I think that that's what she's indicating, that is one of the actions that has been not only recommended, but that we clearly submit that we need to make.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And I also have a question on the score sheet. What is the common practice, or is there one, for when score sheets become available? I don't even say publicly as a public record, but just to the folks that were involved in the process, that either won or lost the bid.
When they request them.
So they have to be requested. All right, and that's a common practice?
Yes.
That you would have to request them?
Yes. If they request them, they get them.
Common for Marion County.
Pardon?
Is that what you're asking? Common for Marion County?
No, I mean common practice for the industry. Is there a common practice? Because my goal would be to go with the common best practices as we begin to, move forward from this.
Well, we can't provide information regarding the other bidders. We provide information, the selection process, there's a lot of detail that we cannot provide information to other bidders about what one bidder.
Right, and
Their
that's not what I'm asking. I'm
private
asking
stuff.
kind of like, when do they get their report card?
Right.
They
They don't.
just put it
unless we-
basically.
If they request it, they get it, that's all. Now, I guess the question seems to be that you're asking is, should we just forward their individual reports to them upon the conclusion anyway?
That's,
Perhaps we should, but what, we're not required to, but if they request it, they can have it, but it would have to be disassociated from detailed reports that have any information regarding other bidders.
I understand. I would just want to know how I did so I can maybe improve my pitch for next time. You know, these are just the feelings that are going, this is just what I'm thinking through. And I don't know if there is a practice that other counties in Florida use where they provide it sooner, or is it typically just by request? And if it's just by request, is there, a reason for that I wouldn't be aware of? That's all. And I'm asking the question in the spirit of transparency from start to finish.
Yeah, and I don't know the preferred standard for that statewide. I think that if it's not required, then there's a number of different standards that can apply. So if anybody wants it, they can request it. But if we wanted to include in our procedures that it would be automatically, any publicly available information be automatically sent to each of our bidders, each of our participants, we could do the same.
All right. Board Member James, is there something else you wanted to add?
I don't have anything else for recommendation 2, no.
Okay. Anybody else? All right.
Recommendation 3, I think we've covered all my questions in that area. Well, let me go back a little bit. So the money that we spent, that we approved for board docs for our procedures to be posted online, is there a reason that we haven't done that, or is there some underlying issue of why we're not doing it, if that's just something somebody could explain?
I'll ask, for clarification, Vice Chair Conrad, when you say paying for procedures to be posted,
Well, that's what.
I'll clarify that,
Okay.
that actually, I think what you're asking about is the time, the funds that were spent to have Neola assist us with development of template policies.
And it says policies
That
and
was
procedures.
correct. So we did that with policies. Now, then, also a portion of that contract was for procedures as well, for Neola to assist with development of procedures. That is not something that's been handled by the legal department, something that's handled by operations. My inquiry into that was that the decision was made to put them on SharePoint instead of uploading them to board docs. But as to status of individual departments' procedures and everything, that's outside my scope, and that's within operations scope. So legal department is the one who maintains the contracts with Neola in order to provide what we are, what services that they provide us with template contracts, and for advisement on specific administrative rules or codes that might be new impacts that we need to consider to bring to the board to modify our policies. But as far as procedures go, I can't speak to the status of that, so procedures are not within the realm of the legal department.
I can speak to that. So in board docs, because Neola is the vendor that's used to provide guidance by the board for policy, they also have links to some suggested language for procedures. Those were provided to my team, and they've looked at those. And so as we've been updating the procedures, they're not only on SharePoint, but they're going to the website. And as you know, the website's been under a comprehensive update by our technology department. And even if you go search right now, you can go immediately on and see some of these. And so the last update I have for my team, and my request to the team, is to have it done by the end of summer. They have assured me that they'll have those procedures updated and online by the end of summer. But they are working through those department by department. If you recall, there was a very extensive update by this board that took years of policies. So quite honestly, those can't happen overnight. There have been missing procedures. There have been outdated policies, and so that takes quite some time. If it took years to do policy, you can imagine the procedures are not going to be done thoroughly and appropriately and effectively in a month. So they're working hard on those, and you can already start to see those, but by end of summer, they've assured me, the technology department, that they're working through those, but they'll have those up there. So SharePoint is the utilization that we have internally for our staff to be able to go and search procedures, which I think was also missing, quite frankly. Having access to those electronically wherever they are, on campus or off campus, but also on the website. So those are expected to be done by the end of summer.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Gullett, and I appreciate that, but just so the public is aware, this is not an overnight ask. This started, if my information is correct, back in 2022. So we've had a lot of time to get these procedures in place and available, and so I look forward to that winding up here at the end of summer. Thank you.
All right. You had shared that you didn't have any specific questions on recommendation 3. Okay. I was just going to ask if there's any other board member that does, because I know I do. Go ahead, Board Member James.
Thank you. My only request with recommendation 3 would be that if the board is, and Dr. Gullett and operations is going to move forward in this direction, then I don't think we should have a board member sit on anything that's tied to money, which would be textbooks, curriculum. If we're going to remove a board member from a procurement process, which, okay, that's fine with me, then I think we should remove a board member from every committee that we have that is tied to something that we approve that has money. And from my just quick recollection, because I don't have them all surmised, I don't have our committee sheet in front of me, but I can think of for sure, textbooks have money and our curriculum has money.
Either of those.
So we do have, we don't have a board member who sits on,
Textbooks, no. We select community members to do that, but we do not, none of us sit on textbook.
okay, so
Curriculum,
insurance.
insurance, yes, absolutely. That is one.
So insurance, and so I'm just running through the list in my head of like things we do that we vote on. So any committee that has is a money attached, so code of conduct isn't money. So we don't necessarily need to remove a board member from that committee because there's no ability for influence there attached to monetary value. But any item that we would vote on that is attached to a monetary value, board member needs to be removed from, which I guess insurance.
Completely concur. And I'll be happy to step away from insurance, but honestly, I can't think of another committee that calendar committee, that's not going to be money. But I'll be happy to step away from insurance.
And maybe there's a middle ground, because where, what I'm seeing here is that any committee that would raise concerns involving the appearance of impropriety, as well as concerns pertaining to potential conflicts of interest, those are things that we need to be mindful of. And what I didn't realize, and what really, I'm so glad it didn't create even more problems, is that by any board member recusing themselves at the board table, that leaves us open to a stalled vote and not having a majority. So I think it is very ill-advised to have any board member that's serving on any committee be voting ahead of time and then recuse themselves at the board table. To me, that is a flip-flop from what our task, what we're elected to do. We should be prepared to sit up here and vote on just about anything, and be very careful to avoid things like this, both for the protection of the board member and also for that committee.
And my recommendation would be to keep the board member on the committee and just have it a non-voting position.
I thought about that too, and as board members, I think we have to acknowledge that just our presence in a room creates an effect.
I have to agree with you there, Chair. I think anytime that we're in the logistics of this thing, we're going to have some type of influence, and that's not what we need. Our influence comes up here on the dais. We have that ability. I think when we're on those boards, whether the staff say it or not, we're creating some undue influence that doesn't need to be there. So.
And also too, and I think this is to our credit as each board member that we are, we're pretty passionate, and we do like to go deep, and we do want details, and we do want things done right. And then it really, it's a fine line. There are some folks that are asking us to take over the procurement process. That's not in our realm. I'm grateful to have these recommendations coming forward because that's the way it's supposed to go. we say the what, operations says the how, and then we vote that up or down, and send them back to the drawing board if we have to. So I just think this is fraught with peril. I think it's documented that it's fraught with peril, and it obviously hasn't worked out very well.
Madam Chair, may I? It is possible, a consideration relatedly, that the final decision, selection comes to the entire board, and we do that publicly. If the board would like to do that, then the whole board can be involved, and we can do that publicly.
I believe that's what Walton County.
There are other counties that do it.
There are other counties that do
Wayne
that.
County does it that way.
There are other counties that do it. So I'm just proposing that's an option, and it comes to the board, and it's done at a public meeting.
And would that be within the purview of this committee that's going to be formed to discuss that and then bring that back to the board as a recommendation?
Committee would bring the recommendation, correct?
Committee would
Committee would bring the recommendation.
Right.
The committee can, unless the board would like to make that decision now. You always have the option. I have, as I've said before, and I said again today, we are going to move forward with the committee because I just think that's the right thing to do. The whole reason that I wanted to have a consultant review this, because I identified and could hear and see that there are opportunities for growth. We are a district committed to continuous improvement, and it was, I think, the right thing to do to get a thorough review, to get recommendations from others that have been doing this a long time and quite extensively. But if the board would like to do that, the decision can be made whenever you so choose. I'm just putting that out there. If the board would like to do that, it is done in other places. Doesn't mean, didn't have to be in a recommendation here, but it is done.
Right, and some of us that attended the finance forum, most recent one, that point was brought up, and it caught our attention. It's my understanding that we pretty much have one decision to vote on today, and that will be later in the meeting. Typically, this board doesn't like to make those types of snap decisions and wants a chance to think it over. And I can't believe I'm the one saying that, but I'm the one saying that. Board Member James.
I would just ask that Dr. Gullett articulate what you just said and the recommendation you just offered in an email, because if I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure I captured everything you just said. So what I would like is because I can totally be on board with what you just said, but I'm not completely on track with the exact wording. So if you could please type that up into an email to us so that we can review it. I have no problem coming to consensus in the next meeting about it, Chair Thrower, if that's what we need to do. But I don't want to make a decision right now because I'm not, honestly, I would need you to say it again, so.
All right, so.
Happy to
either
do
an
that.
email, Or
yes.
do we want to have the committee discuss it that's going to be formed and then bring that forward as one of their recommendations? I'm fine with either, honestly.
And Madam Chair, I bring it up just because you're having the conversation about roles of board members, and I just wanted to offer it for discussion purposes. You certainly aren't going to vote on anything, but if you want to provide some guidance on whether it's an email of just a follow-up, which I understand, or if you want to discuss it further, or just delay it and have us bring that forward to the committee.
Consensus on the email? I can get behind that. You can. All right.
Sure.
All right.
Chair, the only other question about this specific, while we're still on this screen, is the recommendation is that we create a policy for this. Is that going to be the direction we want to take? Or do we just want to make a policy that we don't have a board member that sits on a committee that involves money? That's my question. Because this is a specific ethics policy related to board member participation.
Yeah, this would appear in our 000 section of bylaws.
Right.
If we were going to institute something like this, it would be something that we would adopt at a future board policy.
Sure.
And I will point out that if something is to be brought to the board as a whole, as opposed to being started by the committee, we are also going to have to be cognizant that if a decision is left ultimately to the board to make from not just the recommendation of the committee, but to then also weigh other factors, when you're dealing with procurement, some information at some times is both confidential and exempt from public disclosure. And so in those cases, we're going to have to be cognizant of the public discussion about those items because, some information that a vendor or bidder may have is proprietary information at certain times. So that's going to require a little bit more be written into any policy or procedure that affects those factors.
I'm also wondering where individual briefings may fall in, with this, when the committee ends up bringing forward a contractor that, they've selected with the scoring system is where I'm going with this. Then, do we get individual board briefings and so that we feel more confident when we get up here to vote together? I have a lot of questions about how it all would look.
So Chair, back to my question, though. Do we want to move forward with a policy about ethics of board member participation? Or do we want to make a decision today by consensus that we remove board members from committees that have anything to do with money?
I just feel like removing board members from anything to do with money is so broad, and that's just kind of a snap thing.
And without it being encoded in policy, it becomes something that, hey, those guys said it on July 11th of 2024, but there's no written source.
Well, it's a procedure, and when the board looks different, because eventually we will all not be here, if a future board wants to make a different decision, they can make a different decision.
Yeah, but procedures don't typically control the board, they just control that particular process.
Agreed with everything that's being stated. However, we can today make a decision that today, this board seated wants to change how we operate on committees. That then can later be codified in policy, potentially even this year. But that's the question I'm asking. Do we want to move forward with saying how board members participating in panels should be done ethically, as is the policy recommendation we have before us, or do we want to collectively say we just don't think it's a good idea for board members to serve on any committee that has to do with money? And if we make that judgment, then that will change the committee makeups moving forward.
May I suggest that you request that your attorney provide you with a number of samples of policies for board service on selected committees for your review, so that then you can have some discussion points for a future policy determination?
Sure.
So can I also ask that in the meantime, until we get something solidified, that we just agree that we will not sit on the
That's my
procurement?
question.
That's what Dr. Campbell's asking.
Or do we have consensus that that's the direction we're moving forward today,
Will not sit on any committee that involves money?
that involves money? And the only two that we can come up with, and maybe you all sit on another committee that
I
we're
don't have
missing.
the committee list in front of me, so,
But you all know the committees you sit on.
But I think that we make the committee assignment and add committees or delete committees very informally as a board. I mean, that's been my personal experience as sitting as a board member. So I don't think it's completely egregious of Dr. Campbell to say, let's informally make this decision collectively right now.
I don't know, and it's probably because it's beyond the scope of these recommendations. This was talking only about the situation that we currently find ourselves in. I would like to make sure that this is met and followed first, and then we can worry about other committees
I would recommend that it just be for procurement purposes
for right now.
for right now,
Yes.
until we get together and come back together.
Yes.
So if that's the case, then the recommendation 3 that we're continuing to look at, Dr. James will no longer be on the construction committee.
Nor anyone, no
And now
other
and-
board
and-
member. There's not going to be.
Okay, right. No board member will serve on the construction committee, nor will a board member serve on the insurance committee. And if there are other,
Those are procurement.
those are procurement. And if there are other committees that you all serve on of which neither of us, because those are the only two we can come up with, then if there are other committees that you all serve on that you can think of have to do with procurement of anything, then speak now, I guess. But those are the only two that I can come up with right now that.
I'm fine with,
So informally right now, sure, because I would also like to know, this is the first time that we've had a board member on the selection committee. We've had a board member on the insurance committee since the beginning of time. And based on what I've observed, there has not been any issues at all. The service has been appreciated and helpful. So I just don't want to put ourselves into a box. There's
Is the value adjustment board going to apply or not?
Yeah, there's plenty to do with money on value adjustment board. But I have to serve on that. That's legally
Right, that
required,
was
you
my
know,
point.
someone from the board does.
That was my point. So that's a requirement, and it does involve a lot of money. So
Yes,
that's going to have to be an exception to what we just stated.
right.
Yeah, and I'll point out that when we were talking about a board member being when we talk about any board member being placed on a committee, one of the things that came up here was, well, can a board member serve on a procurement selection committee? And at the time that decision was made, there was nothing in our policy procedure or state law that prohibited it. So so long as there's no violation of 218, we can't very well say to any board member who wishes to serve on a committee that thou shalt not, unless our board policy or state law prohibit it, and they don't.
Exactly, and
Currently.
that's always been the spirit of this board as I have served on it. We've jumped in and served on in all kinds of ways because we're interested and engaged.
And you may limit yourselves more than statute already limits.
That's what I don't want to do, if we can avoid it. You know, we're sitting here with a clear direction, so I think we need to take care of this today. If it gets the consensus through to add insurance for right now, I guess I can get behind that, but there just doesn't seem to be any justification for that one that I'm aware of. Maybe some of you are.
Well, Chair, I appreciate that. The only reason I was going to do it is just for the consistency of what we're talking about today. But to the point that you've made, there has been a board member on that committee for at least 5 to 6 years of my knowledge and has never had any concern, issue among the CFO, insurance, risk management, anyone else that a board member sat on that committee board member helped get through self-funded health plan and have been able to continue that work. So I could go either way with how the board comes to consensus on whichever decision we want to make, if we want to include the insurance committee in this conversation. The issue at hand clearly is based on construction. And so I believe that we at least have consensus that we will not have a school board member sitting on the construction committee.
Can we just,
Can we just go with that?
with construction and,
Okay.
and let's move on?
Thank you.
Works for me. All right, we're there? We're there. Okay. All right. Vice Chair Conrad, since you swung the bat first on questions, we're moving on to number 4.
Okay. All right, recommendation 4, strictly adhering to existing procedures. I know you're tired of me saying it, but it's hard to know what the procedures are when they're not available to us. So I'm just going to say that one more time. And Ms. Dobbins, I'm going to apologize because I have kind of a list here for this one, and so just bear with me. And again, this probably, it doesn't fit exactly into this conversation, but it is the best place I could find to ask the questions that I have. And so, in looking at our procedures, I want to know about our procedures for the direct purchase when we are working through a project. And do we have procedures for that process? And how are those decisions made when we're going to do a direct purchase and when we're not going to do a direct purchase?
Yes, since that's getting into the weeds, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask our current interim director to come forward, Ms. Yvonne Bumbach, to talk about direct purchases, if you don't mind.
Fantastic. They're going to break you in today, Ms. Bumbach.
That's right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. The direct purchase is a little bit more complicated. It all depends on the funding as well. We issue a GMP, a PO to the contractor that includes the entire project. That includes that equipment that we're going to buy through a direct purchase. So we issue a PO to the contractor to then be able to directly purchase the equipment. We need to get that money back first. So the contractor will have to issue a change order, giving us that exact amount of money back. Sorry. And as soon as we get this change order processed, that money frees back up in the project. And at that point, we issue then a purchase order and directly purchase the equipment. And that will save us the sales tax on that equipment. So we try to do that on large amounts. And I think in our policy we have, I believe it's above 100,000 or 50,000. I'm not exactly sure, but I can find that out. So we don't do it on small amounts. just on large amounts where we do save a lot of money. It's very cumbersome and involved for the contractor and for our department. It might slow down the process because right now everything is on delay. Equipment is hard to get in fast times, so we try to fast track that up front early on. That's why we had for the elementary schools the early procurement packages. And there again, the contractor gave us a GMP for the total amount of that package, but then we're going through with the contractor through each item. They give us the money back. You see change orders coming through, and then we can order that equipment. It's a slow process, and sometimes it slows us down, so we try to do that early on.
Okay. Did we turn down doing direct purchase for one of our elementary schools?
No, we are working through it right now.
Okay. Can you tell me what that savings is going to be? Can you give me an estimate?
That number I don't have in my head. We would have to go through and see each item that we so far purchased or will purchase, that we have, how much money we save on the sales tax.
Okay. All right. I'd be interested in knowing what that number is, and I'd also be interested to know if we have procedures in place for deciding when we're going to, like, is there a set number? We say, okay, if we're going to reach $5,000, we're not going to do direct purchase.
Yes.
But if we're going to reach $660,000, we are absolutely going to do direct purchase. So I'm just wondering if there is a procedure in place for that step.
Yes, and you should see that uploaded on our portal. It is in there. I think it's under the construction one. I forgot which number that was. But it's the dollar amount of the purchase. We don't say the dollar amount of the savings.
Okay, thank you very much. And is that on the SharePoint portal?
It's on our website when you go to facilities website.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Timing of purchase orders is my next question. Do we have a specific timeline? Before our last meeting, there was a thread of emails that were shared with us, and there was a delay in those purchase orders going through. And so, not being from construction, I don't know what that looks like. Is that something that happens? Is that kind of common practice for construction, or is that something we need to improve on just because there's so many steps and we are missing people and we're not getting it done on time?
Not exactly, if I can piece all of that together of what you're referring to. So sometimes it's a learning curve on the firm's end of understanding our purchasing process and the information needed. So I think what you're referring to is in regards to one of the elementary schools. Actually, it was both elementary schools. We had a delay in issuing the purchase orders. I want to remind the board that we had to wait for the loan, the certificate of participation, to be in place. So sometimes when we received quotes too soon, which quotes expire, we of course have to use current quotes, and so that caused a little bit of delay once we had the account strings in place and so forth, to have to go back and get those things. But sometimes it's a learning curve on both sides, actually.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
I just wasn't sure what
Absolutely.
the protocol was for that. All right. All right, I think that's all I have for recommendation for. Anybody else? Okay, Dr. James?
Thank you. So, based on this recommendation, my request is going to be, it says here in the update that the district staff agree that the facility procurement procedures need to be strictly adhered to, and when the committee makes changes, they are updated in the manual and on the webpage immediately. I like to add, whatever red line changes are being made, they need to be put on a board meeting, either for an information-only item or in a work session. I don't think that's too much to ask, but we often see HR red line items put onto board meetings for a vote, maybe. But if we're going to have red line items changed with regard to procedures that may or may not adhere to hundreds of millions of dollars worth of projects, I think they at least need to be on a board meeting under an information-only item so that they're easily accessible to the community.
Madam Chair, if I may, if you may recall, when we first talked about the consultant report, I said we'd provide an update today. This is the first update. So as the committee begins and convenes and makes recommendations, those will come publicly to the board. I think the best place to start is at a work session, but those will be coming.
I'm just speaking specifically to this saying, going forward, changes will be, it says specifically in this update, they'll be in the manual and on the webpage. So what's left off there isn't a public-facing meeting. So my request is that, in addition to the two things mentioned here, a public-facing workshop or board meeting is included. I'll have to get Mr. Christian to help me. I was looking at the website and I saw the language part of the new website, which the new website does look wonderful. Unfortunately, I only speak English, and so I was playing around and changed my language to something that's not English, and I can't figure out how to change it back now, and I have cleared my cache or whatever it's called, and I got nothing. So I'm over here in another language, so I went on my phone to pull it up, because I can't read the other language that's on my computer.
Comprende.
Yeah, well, girl, this isn't even comprende, this is something else. So, page 11 of the procedures that are posted on the website, I just want to confirm then to Ms. Vice Chair Conrad's point. So, Ms. Dobbins, you can confirm then that we have processed all direct purchase that are more than $5,000 for all projects in the last 5 years, or just on the elementary schools, or anything we've procured in the last couple years?
I couldn't give you that information on the spot. I will say that sometimes because we have to move for the long delays in equipment, that we forego direct purchases because we won't get the equipment in time. So there are situational things that would take us outside of that.
So I just want to say, as a board member who's elected to be the fiscal person who's responsible for the money, if we are going to not follow this procedure, I want it to come before the board. And I want the board to make the decision that we need to do that. I don't want that authority, as we are the stewards of the money, to go to anyone other than us, because ultimately it is our job to protect the taxpayer's dollar.
That's fine, just understand it will delay projects significantly, but we can do that.
Should we think about adding a dollar amount, because workflow really is important? There's only 180 days in the school year. We have kids coming every day that need things. I do understand the fiscal agent responsibility, and I 100% agree, but is there a flow that can be put into place, a procedure flow, so that it doesn't create significant delays? If there's one thing that I think we all hear complaints about, is that how slow we are in things. But I don't want to lose that oversight, but I also don't want to lose the flow. So what's the solution?
Ms. Dobbins, do we already have a threshold?
We do have a threshold in procedures, but those are recommendation thresholds. So in other words, it's really a situational thing. So in other words, had we stuck to making every direct purchase on these two elementary schools, we'd never have them open on August of 25. I mean, so it's a situational thing. Especially in the global market of today, and I'll tell you, you have construction firms here in the audience. If you don't want to hear it from me, please do ask them. There are situations that if we don't act quickly, we will not get the project done in time. And the elementary schools were one of those. We were coupled with that, and we were coupled with the fact that we as a district were really hanging our hats on the impact fees being approved back in November, remember? And that impact fee got tangled up with other agencies. And so because of that, it delayed us moving forward with our certificate of participation, which is funding all of this. So the only chance we had to open these elementary schools early on was to take the early procurement packets and move forward without a direct person, because we didn't have the money to do it.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'm listening to this, but I also know that with delays, Ms. Dobbins, you can help me with this, with delays, price increases with delays substantially. Because right now I'm in a building project, and because of some delays, the price has gone up. So we don't want to put roadblocks in place, but we do need to have some oversight, some kind of way. And I don't know where that level is, the thresholds of, as far as the amount, but you have to have something where they can work. You don't want to we don't want to handcuff our people.
So the superintendent has the authority to make decisions 50,000 and under. Is that the right number?
It is.
Okay, well, I can get on board with any if time is the issue, 50,000 or under, and no direct purchase because of time. Sure, I can get on board with that.
Well, to me, that might be an arbitrary number. It works for her. Maybe we need some direction as to whether it works for them.
Well, when you start tallying up 7%, a number bigger than that, I'm not okay with being a steward for our money. If it takes longer, I mean, 7, that's significant.
Right.
So
I'm not disputing that.
I don't think that time and money are two very valuable assets, but we cannot just say, oh, well, let's make it 250,000. Well, what is 7% of 250,000? A lot. Off the top of my head, let me do it real quick, but it's a lot. And so I'm sorry, but I'm not okay with that. I mean, that's $17,000 here and here and here and here and here, and all of a sudden it adds up, and we're at $100,000.
So then what happens if there is a delay because getting it to us in a board meeting or whatever we're going to decide to do, and with the way things keep going up, now all of a sudden we've killed time and probably added some more money. That's the only thing that I'm, the real world implications of what you're asking.
And I think this board has shown that we are willing to meet every single week, and we do meet every single week, and I would be more than happy to throw a board meeting onto every single scheduled work session from here until Timbuktu. And we will have a placeholder so that at any time, this board, because we do meet every single week, we have work sessions every other week and board meetings every other week. Yep. So we could very easily add a board meeting to our scheduled work sessions and address any needs every single week, which should avoid any hiccup.
And as we've been doing with approving construction contracts.
Correct.
But again, I'm just not familiar enough with the timelines of things. Is a week enough? This board is not afraid to have a special meeting. We've proven that over and over. But what would be the recommendation from your department if we were going to, because it's clear from the board that, we want to be informed, we want oversight, we want the opportunity to be engaged in this process.
So I think we have to clear up a couple of things, because I'm getting mixed messages from the board, because we can sit at one board meeting and we get criticized because we saved $180,000 because we went with someone second for one of our construction projects, and then the comments are, I don't care how much it costs, we should have stuck with the first one. But now you're telling me you want to get in the weeds, you want us to then take the staff and come back to multiple meetings and do all the work of these direct purchases that ultimately will result in us not meeting the board's goal of opening schools. So I'll give you just a simple example. If we were to have to do that for the switchgears for the 2 elementary schools, which was an early procurement purchase, which is far more than $50,000, and we decided that, we have to go to the board and ask for that, we wouldn't have switchgears, we wouldn't be opening the elementary school. So I don't know what the answer is for the board, because I get mixed messages.
And I understand where you're coming from, Barb, Ms. Dobbins, but we're also getting mixed messages because we're not getting all the information. And so, like in the example with the middle school wing, if we had been briefed prior to that, I, as a board member, didn't know that we couldn't go back to the first bid. So I'm just giving you an example of improving communication, explaining and have specific meetings with board members so you can walk us through this process so we can help you and do a better job communicating what we need. But as a board member, I agree with Dr. James. I can't sit up here in this position and then interact with the community if we are throwing away hundreds of thousands of dollars. That has to be visited and discussed, especially when we're on the verge of asking for a half-cent sales tax from this community. if we're asking for our community support in building these new schools and these new wings, then by golly, we need to be watching every penny. And I'm not saying that sometimes there's not an exception to the rule because we can't move forward, but I would like to be part of that decision.
Madam Chair, may I? To Vice Chair Conrad's point, and I think, Vice Chair, you said this before, it appears, and if the board would like, a thorough work session on the whole process, implications, what it means, decision-making. Is that what I hear?
Yes, ma'am.
So I think we need to schedule that sooner than later. Might need to take an additional work session to do that, but I think that what I'm hearing are those questions pertaining to implications of decision-making that the board has. And if the board needs some additional training assistance, we're happy to do that, and we could do that at a work session.
In the meantime, oh, go ahead.
So I was just going to say, and I apologize again, because I was under the assumption that's kind of what we were doing today. So like I said, I'm throwing these questions in where I felt that they fit the best in trying to understand this particular process so we can move forward in a smooth and efficient way.
So I feel like what I'm hearing is a work session, a deep and detailed, overview, but then in the meantime, with these direct purchases, I think it's been helpful to have the information items on the school board meeting agendas, because that keeps us updated, and at least do that in the meantime. And then if there's something that's coming across that you really need, it's a high dollar item, you need to do it direct purchase, I don't know if we could get contacted by somebody, or there's certain things that whenever any of the rest of you have been chair or will be chair, the chairs ask that question, and is it okay to move forward, yes or no, for the good of the cause, and that's what we do. But I'm very much wanting to continue to put a lot of trust and also not over-regulate our staff to the point where they're paralyzed, and then it looks like they're not doing their job because things aren't happening in a timely manner. So work session and then information item, can we go with that for now? And then if there's anything that is, in your judgment, something that we would really want to know, make us aware.
Agreed. And I just want to reiterate what Dr. James says is I feel that this board has been the most accommodating. We will meet at any time. We meet at 7 in the morning. We stay in the evening. So if there is a need, Ms. Dobbins, we will be here to help you get it done in a timely fashion. I feel confident in saying that for the entire board, because we all do our best to be here for every single meeting. And so I share that for the public to know. We're not afraid to meet.
Ms. Conrad, I appreciate that, and this board has always been over to do that, but I do hope you understand the amount of work that gets put on the department because of us getting into the weeds of things, and we'll do it. We'll do another work session, and we'll prepare, and if the board decides, or the committee that looks at all these procedures decides that we're going to do this or that, we're going to do this and that, even if it's more work. So
I appreciate, Ms. Dobbins, you helping us get through the process.
absolutely.
Okay. Number 5.
Reevaluating scoring criteria and weight distribution. That's a heavy topic because there's been some discussion on the local preference, and we've had examples. I know that it was shared, there's a Manatee County example that has been shared. We've had examples from Miami-Dade, and so I just want to know what that process looks like. We're working through this process right now with this high school, but there's more to come. And so I want to feel 100% certain going forward that we are going to reevaluate this scoring and evaluation criteria. And so I need to know, I see the comment here, district staff agree, and the Facility Procurement Procedures Committee should include a diverse group of stakeholders. yada, 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 all of those things. But can that be done before we do, my question is, can that be done before we start another construction process?
Including the high school, or?
Excluding the high school, for the next project, can we evaluate and look at a different way of addressing the local preference in our scoring process? Because I've been asking that question since day one, and I've not been given any sort of definite answer. And so I need a definite answer that I can feel confident about moving forward, that we're not just going to keep doing the same old, that we are going to take a serious dive into this scoring process and how we can make it suit the needs of Marion County.
So as stated before, we have not moved forward with any selection process over $4 million, which requires these procedures. We are waiting for the committee to convene and review everything before we move forward, with the exception of what we discussed last week is possibly the high school. I will add to that, we honestly need to talk about the Liberty School, middle school wing as well, but today, later on, we're talking about the high school, and do we do an exception to that? So to your point, we have said we're not moving forward with any of these selections, but so as of right now, there is a presentation on August 22nd of the 5-year plan, and in that, it was going to be the 15-year plan. So to Dr. Campbell earlier, we really need to know what we're doing what are our needs, especially ahead of the sales tax. I haven't been able to get to that 15-year plan because of all of this that's going on, but I continue to work tirelessly on that, so does the staff. So with that, once we have the meeting August 22nd, and I'm just going to talk about the 5-year plan for right now, which the board has to approve in September because it's due to the state in October. Once we approve that 5-year plan, and essentially what you're solidifying is that the upcoming school year, none of the projects in the upcoming school year will be able to be moved forward until we put a process in place, since we do not want to use the current process. So we're most likely going to see a significant delay in projects that are over $4 million, HVAC, roofing, well water, and things like that. That's on that 5-year plan. Also, middle school DD, which is a replacement for Lake Weir Middle School, we're set to have those schematics back for the company to go price for GMPs in November. So we really should have the construction manager of that school in place by November. So it's really about how quickly the staff, myself, can move in through this committee and get it going.
Okay, I feel confident, since we have several good examples, in my opinion, to follow and replicate or adjust, that it's not going to take us too terribly long. So I have hope, and I feel hopeful, because of course I want our students and our staff in these buildings just as much as anyone else, and I think we can get it done faster than what's listed in our PowerPoint here. I think it can get done.
Vice Chair?
Go ahead.
2 questions. Who is in charge of selecting the diverse group of stakeholders?
So that will be vetted up through the superintendent once we have that committee, just like we did the task force for growth in Marion County.
So I know that Dr. Gullett is the ultimate decision maker, as she is everything in Marion County, but who is in charge of the process of selecting the diverse group of stakeholders?
We'll have to get together and look at making recommendations. I do have a current task force. One of the items that I was going to do is consult with them, because I put them in place for a reason, and then we'll come up with a list and share with the board.
Okay, so the board will be briefed on who is on the group?
Yes.
Okay, and do we have an expected, an anticipated timeline?
After today's session and updates of our plans, with any change from the board and direction, we will gather and start on this next week.
Okey-dokey.
Well, Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
both reports stated that, that the scoring criteria and all that stuff was okay in the past, whatever. We understand that, nothing was wrong, but we all need to agree that it needs to be updated. And you guys keep telling us that you're gonna update it. So we just keep talking in circles. You guys have already said what your update's gonna be, that it's gonna be upgraded, and we're gonna look at it again. We need to keep moving on and stop getting stuck, so.
Board Member Campbell?
I agree that I believe we can move forward. I was trying to look and see when actually the state statute 287.055 went into effect. I was just curious how that dates differently, because obviously what we've just received here has the former superintendent from Miami-Dade, so this is a little bit outdated as well. And I was just trying to make sure we're covering all the bases, and that the procedures that we are referencing from other counties have been updated to be a part of current Florida statute. So as long as what we're talking about today still aligns with current Florida statute that was just adopted and approved, then I think we can move forward with potentially updating scoring criteria if that is what the committee deems is something we need to do. I think all these recommendations are based on who this Facility Procurement Procedures Committee becomes and what their recommendations are. And as Reverend Cummings just stated, we have 2 independent investigators that say our scoring criteria is okay. I've heard a board member, maybe more than one, mention that they don't like our current criteria because they want to change how local preference is considered. And I'm ready to hear how the Facility Procurement Procedures Committee recommends we look at that moving forward.
I agree with that.
Yes, and Lee County comes to mind. That was another one that seemed to be in play that has some good procedures. The board, I believe, would like to see the scoring criteria prioritized. You know, there's been a lot of conversation about local preference, and none of us look good in stripes. We want this to be as legally defensible as the one we have right now, but we care deeply about making sure that the work is distributed equitably, and I think I saw in an email somewhere, you know, all things being equal, referenced, you know, getting our local folks work, especially when it comes to the subcontractors and so on. Right. So am I correct? Is that a correct summary? Okay, so, you know, that can be a little bit of a guiding light there. And quite a few of these recommendations, you've already are putting things into place, you know, with cone of silence and so on. So maybe even prioritizing the recommendations based on what you're hearing from this board so that we can keep moving with these schools.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I think that's the ultimate goal, that we keep this train on the track and we move along. The only thing that I will note there is we just had the board approve our new list of contractors that we can go from over the course of the next year. I think that as we continue building projects in this community, and we're hopeful that we will be continuing to build quite a bit for replacement and new construction and maintenance, the bonding amounts on some of these local contractors, I hope the board took note of what that actually looks like, because that may ultimately limit us. And so that's not something that's going to change. So I just want to make sure that that was highlighted, because that was just approved, and so the public can go and see what those amounts are.
Right. And everybody, you know, talks about how they like competition until they have it. And we are tasked up here with being the most fiscally responsible. That is on us. So I need to emphasize that. We need to make sure that we continue to pick the folks that are the best match for the job and are, I will just say it, board, very ambitious timelines. You know, and they have to have the scope and the crew and the readiness and the ability and all the things I'm sure I don't know about to get it done. And so, yeah, all right. Anything else on recommendation 5? All right, on to 6. 3 more.
We're making our way.
Yes, we are.
consider the use of specialized staff and neutral staff for procurement. I do not have a lot of notes on this slide, except for what would the list of qualifications be for this position, and would we consider doing something on consult?
I don't have anything in particular either, but I would second that. I think that as we get into some of these more specialized fields, if we feel like our own procurement department is maxed out or filled, then why are we outsource a lot of stuff to meet the unique needs of our district. We outsource to specialized attorneys. We outsource to speech and language pathologists. And I mean, the list goes on and on. So I would certainly be a board member that would be interested in considering doing this on consult and finding a third party to simply run our procurement process for projects over $4 million.
Okay, Cummings?
Agree.
Randall?
The way I read this recommendation is actually moving this whole process out of facilities. And that's what I think this recommendation says. And so I'm open to seeing what the staff recommends once it says district staff is exploring the possibility of reallocating and actually moving this to purchasing. Our procurement department under Mr. Collins has done a fine job, and a lot of our investigative reports showed that they already have processes in place that were different than what we've seen in facilities. And so I'm interested in exploring that. I've had a few community members reach out to me to ask that question to see if that was something that we were considering doing. And so it does state here that you're at least exploring it, and I would entertain what you determine.
I agree. You know, we got to have the right army for the war, so bring it to us and we'll go.
Ms. Dobbins, was that your vision?
Yes, as it states, we're exploring it both internally, but you've added the consultant consideration that we will also explore as well.
Okay, just because I know you're down a few people in your department, and so, and our workload is picked up, so that was the reason for that recommendation.
Thank you.
Getting you the
Not in-
relief and the support that you need so that we can continue with our ambitious timelines. All right, anything else on 6? All right, we're getting there. Number 7, changes to the selection evaluation process.
Actually, Ms. Dobbins, you can help me with this one. I didn't think this really was appropriate for us because we didn't have that many people that qualify. Is that correct, or did I
So
misunderstand?
it's asking, it's,
For the
what this
high
is
and low,
talking about
right?
is the number of selection committee members you have. So if you have 7 selection committee members, you would throw out the highest score of one of the committee members and the lowest score, making 5 of them only tabulate it.
Okay, thank you. I did misunderstand what you were sharing. Okay, so thank you for that. That's all I had.
Okay, anybody else?
I would just ask again if that's going to be a decision that come before the board before that becomes an established procedure of the district.
As Dr. Gullett has mentioned a couple of times, once we have the committee recommendations, we'll be back to the board with those committee recommendations.
Okay, yeah, that's what I see here. The Facility Procurement Procedures Committee will take this recommendation into consideration and bring it back to us.
It doesn't say that last part. That's why I'm just confirming that that is in fact.
I believe that is a fact. All right. Anything else?
Nope, not for 6 or 7.
Okay. That was 7.
That was 7.
Yes.
Yes, not for 7.
Okay. Number 8.
8. Revised school board policies, 6320, 6322, 6324, 6330, establishing policy for code of silence, construction-related professional service. The only note that I had here, which I know you're tired of me reiterating this, is that we add, that we add not just policy, that we add procedure, that we are updating and revising these on a regular basis, that we are reviewing our procedures annually, just like we do our policies, usually during the summertime, at least since I've been a member of this board. We select some we feel the most are important and review them, and so I would like to see that happen with our procedures.
I agree. I'd like to see this happen with our policies too, you know, all the good work that's going into this and that will be going into this. Let's get these policies tight and then set, and then board approved and move on. And if we have to have a special meeting to do it, I know Board Member Campbell will be happy to take the lead on it.
With my tabs and my highlighters.
That's right. You get it, girl.
But as we're aware, the policy needs to predate the procedure. So
That's right.
if we are updating all of these policies, which I also concur with, we don't need to have the procedure come first.
That's correct.
Correct, I agree. But coming.
Yes.
Sure, absolutely.
Prioritizing these, and I'm sure there's going to be other ones that we're going to be told need to be prioritized as well, but for these purposes, we really do need to keep this moving. Okay, anything else?
You good? Everybody's good down there?
All right,
All right,
we're on 9.
Recommendation number 9, woo-hoo! Implement and develop a strong debarment policy. And so, as I read through that, it says that the district staff agrees. I just go back really to where this conversation started, that we, as a district, have to improve the way that we are disseminating information, make sure that everybody is on the same page, exposed to the same information. And Ms. Dobbins has already shared, she's got a release form, and I'm okay as long as we do a better job of.
Well, if we're going to, it makes sense to me if we're going to share, what the expectations are, then you share what the consequences are for not, complying with the expectations. And that seems to be, from the research I've done, very typical in other counties.
Anyone else?
I completely concur with needing a debarment policy. That we don't have one is our mistake.
Okay? Number 10.
Consider adopting a small business enterprise policy. All right, Ms. Dobbins, will you share on that? Because it says that you are considering this.
So we are considering it in the committee, and we are seeking clarification on this as well, because this is new to us. So we currently have where we're required by statute to provide additional weighting for minority and women-based enterprises. So this one is a different vein of achieving that along with local business. So I'm not yet up to speed on what this one looks like, but it will go to the committee for consideration.
Okay. And so we can get updated on that as you.
Everything that comes from the committee will be.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. And then the last one was moving down to the end, the recommendations from the investigative report.
Which we've reviewed most of them.
Yes, the Kona Silence Acknowledgement Form. Is there anything else in here that any board member sees that we need to further discuss? It's been explained to us, I feel like, multiple times.
Chair, I wonder, and this is just a question for your guidance, though, would you recommend that we have public comment on that portion of our meeting and then move forward with the slides 17 through 23?
Absolutely, because we split it up.
Are we through with slide 14?
Yes.
We are
I
through,
have something on slide 14.
Okay.
well, we still have to talk about the options for the new high school CCC, but we've talked about 15 slides here, so I think it would be good to take some public comment on.
Comment on slide 14.
Oh, yes. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, all these recommendations on slide 14 are excellent. I would just like there to be another component added to number 1, that it not just be audio recorded, but it be video recorded as well.
In this day and age of YouTube,
I think we need to be
why not?
updated.
Yep, I'm fully for that, unless anyone can think of a reason, Attorney Powers, that we shouldn't. If you're having a bad hair day, oh well.
No, audio and/or video is fine. I think video sometimes provides the additional clarity when perhaps a speaker hasn't identified themselves,
Right.
or, you can sift through a whole transcript and not know who's talking or whether some, comment came from a particular person.
Right.
That's fine. Now, it's going to require, of course, that there be a little additional attention to detail paid at camera placement and things like that, so.
Right. But, there was a time when I don't even think our work sessions were recorded at all, and then they were, and then you had to ask for the CD if you wanted to hear it, and this board has made it our business to make sure that we are very transparent. We are on YouTube, which is so easy for anyone to see, for the rest of time. And I think we should do the same with this, so as long as the rest of the board concurs.
Thank you.
All right,
I will say that of agencies and governments within probably several counties, I've found that our accessibility to be able to view what's happened during a work session meeting, during a board meeting, is far superior to almost any other municipal government, local government, or even many other school boards. So people can actually go on and in a very user-friendly way, identify exactly what came up with a very quick search. It doesn't take becoming an expert on the website and trying to figure out exactly how to get to, 3 different levels of stuff, and then only be able to view it after it's already transpired.
yeah, we do
it's
it in real
easy.
time.
So,
Yep, something for this board and district to be proud of. All right, well, that wraps up all of the slides, so is there any public comment? Thank you, Ms. Dobbins, very, very much.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Dobbins.
Hello, Melanie Slaughter. With regards to I would ask the board to please not vote on contracts. And no offense to the 5 of you, but you are elected politicians, okay? There is too much money involved and too much political threats to you as a board involved if you don't pick somebody that's from here who has a bunch of money. And if the report didn't show you that, I don't know what could. I don't want you guys called at your house. I don't want your spouses called at your house. I don't want you threatened that if you don't pick me as your contractor, I'm going to do everything I can to make sure you're not sitting on the board the next time you're up for reelection. I mean, you cannot allow people to do that. And I see it with the president. I see it with the elections that were going on right now. Political donors are trying to dictate who the Democrats run as their president. Why? Because they've got the money. And if you let people with money control what is going on, when you're talking about millions and millions of dollars, you as a board that are elected, that rely on people to donate to your campaign and work with you on your campaign, I would suggest you never put yourself in a situation where you're voting on millions and millions of dollars, because your integrity is going to be jeopardized. People are going to be talked to, threats are going to be made, candidates are going to be put up against you if you don't pick their person. Don't put yourself in that situation. Let people that are working for the state, don't have any ambition to run for public office, let them make the decisions, because that's the best way to keep our money protected, quite frankly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Slaughter.
Is there any other public comment?
David Tillman?
Good afternoon, David Tillman,
Afternoon.
President of the Marion County Building Industry Association. And I'll stress this is the Building Industry Association, not just the home builders, so we do represent all the builders in our community. I kind of prepared something, but I'll have a few final kind of wrap-up statements in addition, if that's okay.
Mr. Tillman?
At the last meeting, pardon?
Mr. Tillman, may I encourage you to move the microphone a little closer to you?
Closer.
Thank you,
Okay,
so everyone
thank
can
you.
hear.
Thank you.
So at the last meeting, it was said only one person cares about this issue. I'm here today to let you know I had a multitude of people reach out to me and ask that we be here represented to talk about this issue. And so I'm representing the building industry to say that we do care, we are paying attention to what is happening, and we want to be part of the solution. It's apparent that the school board and the public did not know the selection policies and the continued changes in these policies. We believe the school board should have a direct hand in setting this policy for the future. We also know the importance of local vendor participation. You asked local vendors to support tax initiatives you put on the ballot, and we ask for your support as well. The policy adopted should not penalize an experienced local builder like Cullison Wright or Osley Construction because they use additional local vendors, and that generates local spending, which benefits all of us, including the upcoming school sales tax if it's passed. I want to remind the school board that there is a citizen advisory board that Dr. Gullett did mention earlier, who is in place and well qualified to help establish the selection process. Please use them, and please use your procurement department in the future for this type of process. and always follow Florida Statute 120. I'll end with a thank you that, I want to say thank you to Dr. Sarah James for bringing this issue forward. Thank you to Superintendent Gullett for making some very much needed staff changes and starting the change of this policy. And thank you to the board members for listening to your community and making a better policy which benefits the community as a whole. Some of the things that were talked about today that I'd just like to comment on is that the current 2-point penalty, I look at it as a penalty for anybody local or anybody that's done business with you. And if you've done business with somebody, even if they're out of town and they've done a great job, it's a 2-point penalty against them as well. That's 15% of the scoring criteria, and it has a look back of 10 years. I don't believe there's another school board that has a 10-year look back that they add that number up. It's typically current contracts that are in that they have open at that time when they're looking at the amount of contracts that are had. And it's a fairly small amount that we've got in place too. The $15 million, that's one wing when you're looking at the projects y'all have got open right now. Orange County has awarded $315 million to one contractor over the past 6 years and complied with the statute that keeps getting mentioned over and over about distributing work. So it's certainly not wrong to consider the equitable distribution, but right now it's being considered very inappropriately to the point that I believe that it could be challenged as a restraint of trade. So please get rid of that 2-point penalty. And if it's going to be 2 points, as it was mentioned earlier, it should be a 150-point system if you're going to make a 2-point penalty. It shouldn't be a 15-point system where it's 15% of your final grade, basically.
Your time has expired.
All right. Well, thank you again. And I did want to point out that the scoring information at the end of these should be available to everyone. This is you're a government entity, and you have to provide all of that information to anyone that asks for it. And even if it's a competitor's scoring, I can go in and ask for another engineer's scoring whenever they've been graded, so I can look and see what they've done differently than what I've done. So that should be available publicly. Thank you all very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Superintendent, board members. Kevin Shealy with the Ocala Metro Chamber and Economic Partnership. I want to thank you for your great, robust discussion today. As always, I thank you for your continuing partnership. A successful community has great schools, and that's what we all want. We want to have a successful community that has great schools, and we continue to be committed to partnering with you on that. I appreciate Dr. Gullett's leadership and moving forward with the committee. Obviously, we think that's something that's very, very important. In our industry, we talk all the time about R&D, rip off and duplicate. Why create something brand new when someone else is already doing it? What can we take from what they're doing well, and take that and use that for our own? And so I would certainly hope that the committee will look. We've reviewed probably a dozen counties' processes. Interestingly, they're all completely different. It is fascinating that in our state that there are so many different ways, but there's some really good systems. And I would encourage you to look at that as how I would think other communities are working more similarly when it comes to both equitable distribution and to local preference. I think there's some great opportunity there. I think expanding the scores, most of those places had 100 to 150 points they're awarding. I think that becomes very important. But continue to think how you engage the community. We are all in this together. It is the public schools. It is the schools of our community, and we want to continue to work with you to help you be successful, because again, your success reflects back and becomes the success of our community. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for your service, and we look forward to continuing to work with you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Shealy.
All right, moving on to, unless there's any other public comment. All right, seeing none, we will move on to options for new high school CCC. And I think Ms. Dobbins is going to walk us through reviewing our options that were presented to us a couple weeks ago.
So as we discussed previously, three options, option A, B, and C, were discussed at a recent meeting. I'm going to actually slide past this one because I'm going to break down each one of them verbally and also with a visual. So when we talk about option A, what we're talking about is if we move forward with posting an RFQ, of course, it wouldn't be this week, but it would be next week, using the same scoring criteria and using the same procedures that we had discussed about when we were going into the second interview for the high school. So audio recording it, having all of those, a moderator that's not voting and so forth, but same criteria, same scoring, same everything. Then we could potentially move forward and have a possible partial opening in 26, 27. As you can see, those yellow areas would be areas that we most certainly do not feel that could be ready for the start of the school year, which would mean athletics would have to be diverted, no gym, no locker rooms, which would impact PE, and most certainly no auditorium. You would also have a lot of work going on while students were on campus. So again, just to reiterate, option A, it would be moved to an RFQ using the same scoring criteria previously used with the modifications of audio recording, independent, non-scoring moderator, and having it done outside of facilities over in our procurement department, our purchasing department with a whole new committee. Option B is to proceed with what the selection committee came up with their recommendation, and that would be to move forward after this meeting with the approval of Wharton Smith as the construction management for the new high school. This would give us the best chance for a probable opening in 26, 27. All things perfect. We would hope to have the entire school open possibly. Option C would be to delay everything until we have the whole committee review every procedure and get the new procedures in place, and most certainly none of the school would be available to be open in 26, and we would look to open in 27, 28. So to line them up side by side, A, post the RFQ, just like we did the interviews with the scoring and criteria. B, accept Wharton Smith. C, wait until the committee determines the procedures.
Thank you, Ms. Dobbins. Dr. Gullett?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Dobbins, for the review. Board, we look for your guidance and your feedback on this direction.
Okay. All right. I'm going to start because it's not typical, but my opinion hasn't changed. I think there's every justification for moving forward with option B. It's the only option that makes sense to me, so that's where I am. I'm all B, all in.
Do I have it now?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Dobbins, and thank you, Superintendent. This is what I asked for. I think if we'd had this a couple of weeks ago, my decision would have been made prior. I need to see things visually and want to see it up front and have opportunity to review it. I, too, concur with the chair that option B is the best plan. I would not like to see construction going on while we got students on grounds. That presents itself to be a safety issue, so I'm in agreement with option B as well.
Okay. Any other comments from the board?
Sure. I am struggling. I can agree. I can compromise on option B, but I am hesitant because I am afraid if we approve that we are going to see a delay in the changing of the scoring process, which is what I'm asking for as a board member. So I need some sort of promise or public statement that moving forward, we are going to aggressively look at working on bringing our scoring process up to date.
I'll be happy to answer that. So as my words of last time, which were very passionate, we cannot afford to delay. We just can't afford to delay. So whether it's with the high school or the Liberty Middle School wing or all the projects we're about to propose for the next school year, we have got to get this process in place. We have to. That's our work. That's our job. So from this individual here, I'll continue to work tirelessly until I'm not. So my effort is for the kids. This whole thing, if we go back to the core of this issue, on April 24th, the whole issue was over local preference. Local preference for a company that we would have possibly employed for 10 individuals in that company, but we have stopped the work for 10 individuals who didn't get the job. When we have subcontractors that are the true local businesses that are suffering because we're not moving forward. So to those local subcontractors, but more importantly to our students, this individual will work tirelessly still to get these processes in place so we can move forward not just with the high school, but with all the HVAC, all the roofs, all the other things we need, and also be able to demonstrate to this community our need for a half-cent sales tax so we can continue to make a better place for our students.
And Ms. Dobbins, I don't doubt for a minute your commitment and your effort to the students of Marion County. But my question was not about getting the school done timely. My question was, how strong of a commitment is there to evaluate and move forward on the scoring process?
I don't know how I could say it any more passionately.
Madam Chair, I'd like to
That's
answer.
all I want.
Sounds like
if
Vice Chair is
Dr.
asking
Gullett
for
answer
some
that one.
assurances.
If I may, I'd like to answer. Vice Chair Conrad, I've already, and I typically don't email during the work sessions, but I already sent an email, this Ms. Dobbins will see later, and Attorney Blackman, to the point of saying by 1st of next week, I want dates sent out to my task force. So that's already been sent while we've been sitting here. That's my expectation, that we get dates out 1st of next week. It's already been sent. And we were moving forward. There are 2 pieces here. We've already covered the first. That is my expectation. We are going to move forward expeditiously with that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the specific answer.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Vice Chair Conrad. I too share that sense of urgency, and I felt like that's what I heard and what we had. But we now have a direct clarifying statement and that the ball is rolling. So, good. I'm sorry, Board Member Cummings, I think I might have interrupted you.
No. I was just saying that I think what Vice Chair Conrad was asking for was some assurances. And I heard it in the presentation, the assurances, but I think you wanted it spelled out specifically.
I did.
Thank you. Board Member James?
I don't really have a whole lot of comments on it. Whenever I've recused myself previously, I've just simply said I support the work of the committee. So I don't really think it's super appropriate for me to go into detail as to which option presented here I want. What I wanted was this to come before the board in a workshop because I didn't like the on-the-cuff presentation at the board meeting, and I wanted the community to have an opportunity to share their thoughts, which is what's accomplished today.
All right. Board Member Campbell?
Sounds like we have consensus.
Does that conclude your feedback?
That concludes my feedback.
All right. Very good. Well, thank you, everybody. Is there any public comment?
Hello, David Tillman again, Marion County Building Industry Association. I didn't get my address last time, 3301 Southeast 41st Place, Ocala, Florida, 34480. I don't want anything that I said previously to be misconstrued as us crying over spilled milk. Option B I feel like needs to be selected, and we need to move forward. But I appreciate your concern, Ms. Conrad. Absolutely, we need to press forward. We do not want to see another project come through with the existing criteria that is in place. So, we understand the importance of the timeliness of this school, and we're not. our industry does not want to stand in the way of that in any way whatsoever. So we certainly support y'all in your selection of option B, and just want to make sure we said that publicly. So thank all of you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Slaughter?
She's standing in.
I wasn't sure if she was stretching or on her way.
Painfully.
Yes.
Thankfully.
What we'll do for kids.
I know. Everybody that I've talked to wants option B voted on today, if possible, please, because of the overcrowding in the schools. And I appreciate everybody's wanting to do things the right way, but we need the school built now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there any other public comment? Mr. Shealy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kevin Shealy, Ocala Metro CEP, 310 Southeast 3rd Street. I'll be brief. We've already sent you a letter. Our executive committee has unanimously endorsed option B. We encourage you. Thank you for your discussion. Again, thank you, Vice Chair Conrad, and we look forward to continuing to work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Hearing none. I think we've reached the end of our work session. All right. So we can save our board comments till after our special board meeting? Yes, we can. All right. All right. So we will go ahead and adjourn now. Thank you, everyone, and we are adjourning at 2:20 p.m.